Coffee on his lap, cigarettes curling, smoking his political trap. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. He's a Republican dragon with his truthful slight, fights the battles unseen in the shadows of the night. From policy to passion, he breaks it all down, giving a voice to the voiceless, wearing his crown. Caffeine-fueled mornings, the smoke curls dance, Fluffy at his feet, giving life one more chance. Through algorithms and bias, he cuts straight and clear. Michael's roar echoes in the hemisphere. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. No sound bites allowed is his ultimate creed. A dragon's perspective where facts are the seed. Standing tall on his battlefield of thoughts, guarding the truth that others forgot. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss, the political dragon here in our offices in the Bronx, New York. Today is July 5th. It's 2:32. We're right on time, and I thank each and every one of you to take some time out of this holiday weekend to spend some time with us talking about the issues that affect everyone in the entire world, especially in America, of course. And I hope everyone, every American, no matter where you are in the world, I hope you had a great July 4th. I know there was a lot of celebration in places all across the world to celebrate America, because America is great, because of American exceptionalism, has improved the lives of everyone in the world. And I know there's a lot of people on the left who want to downplay that want to talk about the negatives and say, oh, they hate America. America is such a terrible nation, the American empire, blah, blah. And yet the world celebrates America and the freedom that we have brought forth, the innovation that came from the freedom of American individuals that helped lift the world and lift more people out of poverty than any other government, any empire, any other ideology in the history of mankind. We are truly living in one of the greatest times to be alive in human history, and that is directly because of the United States. Do I love my country? Unabashedly. Of course I do. Am I proud of my country? Unabashedly. Of course I do. And I hope that everyone who is listening to this program, that you share that same opinion. And if you don't, to understand why, to listen to not only this program, but what we've been doing over the last 20 years of political commentary. And maybe you'll get an idea of why America is so exceptional and why we are so valuable and important to the entire world, because we are free, because we are powerful, because we are generous, all at the same time, in a way that no other nation in the world can match. But we'll be talking about all of that and more very, very soon. And I hope you'll join us either for 5 minutes or for the entire show as we talk more about that and everything else that is going on. But I think that is important. Matter of fact, we already have a couple of comments. Let's see. We've got Bronner who's come in, and he says, good afternoon. Hello, Bronner. Good to see you. Rained like hell, but didn't seem to deter my neighborhood. Fireworks going on until about 1 a.m. I'm in New York City in the Bronx. It was going on until 3 a.m. 3 a.m., much to the dismay of my 15-year-old dog, Khan. He's my puppy. and I love him dearly. I was up with him until about 3 in the morning. He kept me and my family up. He was not enjoying the fireworks. Now, it was being broken up a bit because of the rain, and some of the fireworks would stop for a while, but it kept coming back, would wake him up. He'd be screaming. It was back and forth. So it was a rough night for him, and I know there are many veterans out there with PTSD, some of my good friends from the Army who served in Iraq. I know they've had some and Afghanistan, as a matter of fact. I know they've had a difficult night as well. And for all of those veterans, I hope that today you're getting a reprieve, that you have some downtime, that you were able to get some kind of solace, some solitude yesterday. Please do seek out guys over at the American Legion. Go to the VFW, or also check out the VA, because there are other members of our military that have dealt with PTSD, especially during the holidays like this, or other individuals that can just hear you out or give you the space you need because they can appreciate and understand what you've gone through. So do keep that in mind for a lot of veterans out there. There's nothing wrong with having difficulty going through the fireworks that we see over this weekend period. If you need to, go to the VA, the VFW, the American Legion. There are others who understand the difficulty. Go seek them out. Have a great time sitting back with them. Maybe have a beer, maybe have a hot dog, maybe just hang out. You are welcome, and we do appreciate and understand what you've gone through. So that being said, I want to keep on going a little bit. Let's see. And I see Dal is here too. Oh, hey, Dal. Good to see you as well. So we got a couple of people watching already. I appreciate that. And yes, you too can join in. The comments are open on Facebook, on YouTube, on Rumble, on X, on Instagram. You can reach us in all of them. You can even more quickly reach us and help the channel. If you want to do a super chat, or if you want to do a Rumble rant, you can join. We have memberships, or you can join the Patreon if you choose. Patreon is just $1.50 a month, and that's the flat fee. There's nothing else, and it just helps us be able to do this program. So some people may have wondered, Mike, on July 3rd, you didn't go down to Manhattan. You didn't watch the ball drop. Why not? Because I was with my good friend, Larry Sharp, and I was with him. He did a 5-hour show, which is amazing that he almost never does that. But he did a full 5-hour show. He talked with my good friend, Maj Toure, who you've seen me interview Maj several times. I've been talking to him since CPAC in 2018. But Maj had come on, and I was on with Larry just right up until the ball dropped, and it was midnight, and America started to celebrate the 250th birthday. It was a very interesting conversation between me and Larry, talking about the future of America. Will America make it to its 300th year? And we both have pretty positive outlooks about the future for America. Different directions, but definitely a positive outlook. I do recommend people check out Larry Sharp. Go to his The Sharp Way. Check out that special event that he had on July 3rd. It was a great evening, and we had a lot of people throughout the entire night. Oh, yes, and as Bronner says, please don't forget to like and share. Most of all, subscribe. We're at over 1,900 subscribers. We're almost at the 2,000 mark. Like to get to 5,000 this year, but we can do everything with your support. So let me move a little bit forward. So there's some good news that I want to share with everyone. Before we get into the international, before we talk about all of the people who were, the leftists who are having some issues like Mandami and a few others, let's talk about some of the positive things. Something that's nice. And Bronner was involved. He was there with me when I was talking with Larry Sharp on July 3rd. He thought it was a great conversation too. So let me jump right over to the World Cup, which is great. I love the World Cup. As I've said many times, this year I haven't watched it entirely. It's about the first time in 25, maybe 30 years that I haven't watched the entire World Cup. Normally I watch every single game, every match, all the way to the end. This year I did not. Lots of reasons, but usually I do. But America has been moving forward. We went through the group stage, made it out of that. We had a very good group because we are the host country. So that helps a lot. But America made it through that very strong. Then we won against Bosnia-Herzegovina, and we had a good, strong showing there, 2-0. Again, I think that was a little bit biased because we are the host country, and we got a little bit of a break. A little bit. Bosnia is a good team, but America is better than them. They're not the strongest team we could have faced, but we did well on that poll. So we're into the third stage. America is doing fantastic. And one of the great things about that is that right now, I think you'll see it here. Let me make it a little bit bigger. And you'll see that America is, there it is. We have 16-1 odds to actually make it to the finals, to be the one of the last two countries. 16-1 odds isn't that bad. I mean, normally it's got 40, 50-1 at least. And at this moment to be 16-1, that's pretty solid odds for a U.S. men's team where we're not usually considered any significance. We're usually lucky to get out of the first stage. So we are doing very well in this World Cup. And we do have, of course, 32-1 odds to actually win the whole thing. To make it into the finals is 16-1. To actually win, 32-1. Again, those may sound like long odds to some people, but that's actually incredibly good for the United States. Normally, we're somewhere around 150, 200-1, and we are well within. These aren't extreme odds. Realistically, we're really not that extreme. So I'm very pleased about that news. There's also the news that we have one of our key players. This is Folarin Balogun, is a U.S. forward player. He's a striker, and that means he tries to make the goals. For those who don't follow soccer, he's a striker. He goes in and he tries to make the goals. Some of the members of the team are on defense more primarily, and others are on offense, trying to make the goals, whereas the other parts of the team are more defenders. And so he's one of the offensive players trying to make the goals. He actually scored one of the first goal of the two goals that the United States scored against Bosnia-Herzegovina. I think that was about the 45th, 47th minute where the United States scored the first goal. But he was kicked out of the game because he got a red card. For Americans that are not familiar, when you get a red card, that's like a massive foul. You've been kicked out of the game. Not only are you kicked out of that game at that moment, you are also kicked out of the next game. That's huge. That can change everything. Imagine having Wayne Gretzky, and he has a foul so extreme that he gets kicked out of the game at that moment, and then he can't play the next game in the Stanley Cup either. He's just out. That is huge. Shifts everything. It's a massive. That's why red cards are so important. It's a massive game changer, and it changes the odds of whether you can win or lose very quickly. Red cards are very serious. And we had a red card against the U.S. player, which has been overturned. So one of the key strikers for the United States, for the momentum, the morale, for the spirit of America in the games, has been overturned. He's in the game, which definitely changes the odds and changes the way that we're going to see the next game played against Belgium, which is a tough team. This is going to be a tough match for the United States, and I would love to see the United States win. Some believe, and I think it's accurate, that we could see this game go down, be a draw, and go down to extra points, the extra point kicks. I think that's what may happen here. I'm a little bit worried, but I want, if America can win, I want them to win. I still like to see Argentina win the whole thing, but you know, beggars can't be choosers. That's just one of my great teams. Germany should not have been kicked out as early as they did. I'm just shocked by the fact Germany lost. I don't know what they did, but that's World Cup news. What can I say? But I wanted to talk about that because that's good for America. That is very good news. And as I said before, we have seen a lot of celebration. So some more good news, because the celebration of America wasn't restricted just to America. Even some of our allies were very, very proud of America and being proud of being associated with America. Let me show you what I mean. This is video coming from Tokyo, the Rainbow Bridge, famous bridge in Japan. And this is their celebration of the United States independence, of celebrating the United States reaching 250 years, something that when we formed this country, no one expected. And here we go. Just a couple of seconds of it. Great fireworks. That's the Rainbow Bridge. And what you're seeing there are drones. These are drones being used to make images in the sky, something that we could never do before. It's becoming more common, but I think it's really wonderful. Now, I know a few people may look at this and go, that kind of looks like the Statue of Liberty. Why would they show the Statue of Liberty in Japan? They're not. That's not the Statue of Liberty. That's actually the Prime Minister Takaichi of Japan standing next to President Donald Trump. So not only was Japan celebrating the United States, they're celebrating the relationship of the United States with Japan, and in particular, their current leader, Prime Minister Takaichi, and President Donald Trump. And Japan has no problem saying they're proud of America. They're proud of the association with America. They're proud of our ability to uplift the world. They are right there with us, and they have no hesitation in being able to say America's a great country, and we have accomplished a great thing, and we have great leaders as well. I like that. I wish I could see more of this. I wish Europe would say that. I wish California would say that. But maybe that's just me with wishful thinking. There's a few more seconds here. But I love that the drones are right there. Is this going to play now? Now I got to wait for it to catch up. I don't know if a lot of people saw this. Is it going to play? Come on. So I don't know if a lot of Americans were aware that this happened, that some of our allies were just as excited about July 4th, the 250th birthday of America, as Americans were. And this is, of course, free. Oh, it's just not going to play. Okay, well, I'll leave it there. That being said, and I want everyone to understand, it is interesting to see, because I was alive for the bicentennial of America back in 1976. I was alive, and I remember the enthusiasm at that time. Everyone in the Bronx, every one of my neighbors, whether they were migrants or whether they were naturalized or whether they were just American citizens, everyone was outside. One of my neighbors in the building bought me and all the kids in the neighborhood. They bought us ice cream from the Carvel as we were watching fireworks play out in the night sky. And all of the neighbors were out watching the fireworks and firing off more than a few of their own as well. And it was a beautiful experience. And everyone in the Bronx was celebrating at that moment. Not just pockets of people. Every block, every street, everyone in the Bronx was celebrating the bicentennial of America. It was enormous news, and it was all positive. People loved being American. We didn't see that this year. A little bit different. So it was a little bit disappointing. But there was some other good news that came out as well. And let me show you that. And that is that we found out yesterday that the FBI, in doing mass deportations, working to enforce the laws that exist in this nation, they have successfully arrested 305 different individuals, as well as saving 24 children that were listed as being kidnapped and or missing, 24 were found over the last 60 to 90 days because of Operation New Dawn. Again, this is the same operation. This was the same mass deportation tactic that the left were upset about. They didn't want this to happen. They were protesting against this. They were demonstrably and physically out protesting, saying, no, stop the federal government, stop Donald Trump and the Trump administration. Don't come into Chicago. Don't go into Illinois because, I don't know, they loved illegal aliens. And yet, because we saw this happen, that the federal government did its job, which is to enforce federal law for mass deportations and to protect the people, we see that 305 individuals were arrested and 24 children saved. These are 24 children that would never have been saved had it not been for enforcing the law. One of the individuals, by the way, you see on the screen right now, this is Felipe de Jesus Gomez Ramirez, a convicted murderer. He's an illegal alien, and he was one of the people arrested, a convicted murderer. This is who the left were trying to protect. They were saying, no, don't go into Chicago. Don't go and do mass deportations. And had we not only would 24 children have never been recovered, this murderer would still be walking the streets of Chicago, endangering the lives of other American citizens. Here's an individual. This is one of the, or alleged to be, a member of the Traveling Vice Lords, a gang, a cartel that's drug trafficking, part of the reason why we have fentanyl overdose deaths in America, as many as we do. He was arrested, including also his partner, another member of the Traveling Vice Lords. Again, gang, cartel, drug violence, gun violence. They are endangering the lives of American citizens. And had the left had its way, they would never be arrested. This threat to individuals would never be ended, and 24 children would never be safe. These are children that Illinois was incapable of finding these children and bringing them back to their homes. That they had lost these children. They were missing. They were kidnapped. The cases had gone cold. And now we were able to bring them back because we didn't listen to the left, because we did investigate the crimes and the illegal aliens and the drug dealers and the drug traffickers, the gun gangs. We investigated all of that. And because we did that, we were able to save these children. The left should pause hearing that news and rethink their objections. Really, you should stop and just think about that. These are kids that, following the rules according to the left, in allowing the illegal aliens to be here, in allowing drug dealers to be here, in allowing individuals to imbibe drugs of every type, these kids were lost. They were in the wind, and we may never have seen them again. I think this is great news. I think this was important, and yet you're not hearing about that, because that's positive news for Republicans, MAGA, for Donald Trump, and more importantly, for America. And the left doesn't like sharing that news. They don't want you to think that Donald Trump, Republicans, MAGA, or America are doing well. They want you to only see it as a negative. And I'll get into that a little bit more down the road on the show, that they only want to portray the most negative aspect of America that they can. They continue for more than a decade to demonize our president. Not to say that he's the best person and you want to have a beer with him, but they just totally demonize Donald Trump, MAGA, Republicans, half this nation. They demonize us because they want power, because it's partisan. And that is troubling. And that should trouble everyone, that they have such a negative outlook. And that negative outlook is a feedback. It poisons the very people that have that point of view. But we'll get into that in a little bit. Let me take a moment. I think there's a few more comments here, and I want to address them. So Bronner goes, and he says, I have to agree with that, Mike. He remembers 1976 as well. So for those who are younger, like most of the internet, you weren't born. You had no idea what it was like in 1976. I'm sure that your teachers have told you that there was racial division and there were riots everywhere, and people, black people were in chains and we were being hung everywhere. Not reality. That's not the reality of what happened at the bicentennial of America. Every American was out celebrating. Everyone was pleased and loved America in 1976. Even the naysayers, even those on the left, were silent on the bicentennial. Whatever their objections, they held their tongues because America overwhelmingly, were all very patriotic and happy. But Bronner goes on to say, I was at the National Mall and everyone was proud to be an American. Everyone, regardless of where you came from, you were happy. Even the illegal aliens in America, and there were illegal aliens back in the 70s, in 1976. That's not a new thing. That's always been something that's happened in America. Much smaller portion of America, but they were always here. They were celebrating just as hard as every other American because they were happy to be here, because it is better to be a second-class illegal alien hiding in the shadows of America than to live in most countries around the world. That's how great our nation is. I want that to sink into people. It is better. These illegal aliens, we have 50 million illegal aliens in America today. And for 50 million people, it is better to be a second-class criminal in the shadows in America than to live in their own country. That's how great this nation is. That's how much benefit we provide to the world. And it's the reason why we have millions trying to enter this nation every single year, and only about 5,000 people ever want to leave, because we are that beneficial. We are that great a nation. And that's how much freedom we have compared to everywhere else in the world. No other country can name this. Bronner goes on to say, but things have changed. Yeah, well, the left and the leftist ideology, the democratic socialist ideology, has been seeping in. Our kids have been poisoned for well over 2 generations. We have seen kids told nothing but the negatives of America. And I'm not saying there aren't any negatives. Of course there are. We're human beings. It's a nation of people. There is nothing, no nation has ever existed that's perfect. There's nothing in humanity that is perfect. Human beings aren't perfect beings. Our governments aren't perfect governments. But at the same time, when we look at the balance of things we've gotten wrong versus the balance of things that we've gotten right, there is way more that we've done right and that have been good on net for the entire world than any of the negatives that America has experienced or gone through. And every negative that America has gone through, every other nation in the world has gone through. There is no nation that is holier than thou, that is better than America. They've gone through everything we've experienced and are experiencing. Every nation in the world has experienced, and many of them continue to experience. Again, slavery didn't go away. America doesn't have slavery, but slavery in the world is at its highest point that it has ever been. Over 44 million slaves exist at this moment in the world, mostly in Central Africa, but 44 million. It hasn't gone away. But it's not something that's really prevalent in the United States, as much as the various cartels try to have what we call human trafficking, which is slavery. Sex trafficking, that's slavery. Child trafficking, that's slavery. While that does exist, it is something that when we close the border and we maintain and enforce the law, we reduce that. And we reduce the net number of slaves in the world, which is a positive. That's not the way that the left wants to promote this. It's not the way the left wants you to think about that, but that is the truth. By closing the border, by enforcing our laws, we reduce the amount of you want to call it trafficking, we reduce the amount of human trafficking in the world. Realistically, we reduce the amount of slavery in the world by denying them access to America. That's a positive. The left doesn't seem to think of it that way. I don't know why. Maybe someone on the left will join the channel and will explain it to me. I doubt it, though, because they seem to want to say nothing. Let's see. We've got a comment here from Chuck from Long Island. That's Charles Guaria. And on Monday, every Monday at 7 p.m., I join Charles Guaria, Chuck, and Joe Hanush and John Navarra from Florida, and we talk about U.S. politics, Florida, New York, and national politics every Monday at 7 p.m. on the Monday Opinion, what do you call it? The Monday Opinion Roundtable. We've done it about 27 times now, and I hope you'll stop in and join us because it is a great conversation that we have. And Chuck says, I hope all is great, doing my Sunday errands, work, listening while possible, and sharing on X. Thank you. We appreciate that. Break a leg. Thank you. That's not an insult, folks. For those who are younger, don't know, that's an entertainment term. You say break a leg, that's the way of saying good luck. So that's great. Thank you. Thank you very much for that, Chuck. Let's see. Dow says YouTube glitched on me and had to rejoin. YouTube hates me. They love to shadow ban this channel as much as they can for 20 years because they don't agree with my political opinions, because I am a black conservative Republican. And they don't want people to know that black conservative Republicans exist or that we have anything to say, that we're intelligent. They want to say you're just a parrot, you're bought and sold. They love to say that. Yet they don't actually want to engage. They just say those things and hope that you will drown out. They say that they try to silence you and to cancel individuals because they don't want to engage them. Because if they had to engage with the ideas, they would lose because their ideas fail every single time, everywhere in history. It has been consistent. Every try that they have made towards socialism has been a failure. The progressive ideology does not work. It feels good for a couple minutes and then it fails and it causes more harm than it actually solves every single time. And they just don't want you to know that because Democrats want power. And I don't help that. I break their worldview of what is a black man. Well, you must be a Democrat. No, I'm not. What? How can you not? I hear this from leftists all the time. But Mike, you're black. You're a black Hispanic man. You have to be a Democrat. Why? Why is that a requirement? Because you would never say that of someone who's Chinese, someone who's Native American or from Far East Asia. You wouldn't say that of someone who's white. You wouldn't say that of any other group that they must be, that they have no choice. It is the only option available for them to be a Democrat, or if you have any choice, well, then you're a Democrat or a progressive or a socialist, but that's it. You have to be on the left. There is no other group that they would dare say that to, and they would be insulted. Anyone they would say that to would be insulted, and it would be racist and denounced. But because I'm black, they're like, oh, well, you got to be. My good friend, Larry Sharp, running for governor of New York, who I support. They say that to him as well. He's a libertarian. Larry, you can't be a libertarian. You're black. Wait a minute. Me and Larry, we wake up every morning for 58 years. We look in the mirror. We know we're black. We don't need you to remind us. We know this. And maybe if you stop trying to pander or maybe trying to pressure us to accept an ideology we don't agree with and instead engage just in conversations, you might understand why Larry's a libertarian and why I'm a Republican. Maybe you want to have the conversation rather than demand that we bow down and comply to someone else's feelings for an ideology that doesn't work. Maybe it's worth having the conversation, but the left seems very, very abhorrent to actually talking about this with anyone except other people who are already in the left that just agree with them point blank because they're in an echo chamber. That's why I do this program. I'm not in the echo chamber. People type in anything, you can contact me and be on this program. And I hear what you have to say. Whether you agree or disagree, I'm open to it. Larry Sharp is open. He does the same thing. He listens to his audience. He hears what they have to say. We can have arguments. I was arguing with Larry on Friday, just before the 250th birthday of our nation. I was live with Larry, and we were talking back and forth about different ideas, not agreeing on some points and disagreeing on some points. Why is it I can do that with libertarians? I can do that with independents. I could do that with everyone except Democrats, socialists, and progressives. They run away. They're afraid to share their views. I don't understand why, but take from that what you will. Bronner says that DC was literally jam-packed with people, and it was before the subway went very far outside DC. I think he's talking about in 1976. My friend and I had to hitchhike to Dale City, Virginia, back to Dale City, Virginia. That's back in the bicentennial. It was something else. Let me see. So Bronner goes on to say, you brought up something interesting. I once heard several years ago, a nation can be destroyed from within in 2 generations. It's true. All you have to do is teach the youth. And this goes back to the propaganda of Goebbels. It was Goebbels and Ehring. Yeah, both of them had the same mindset that you control the children, then you control the future. And that's always been true. If the youth believe something, they grow up to adults that have a certain worldview, that have certain beliefs and expectations. If those beliefs and expectations are destructive, if they're not building on the foundations that have already been been built, then everything falls apart. It is absolutely true. It's sad, but it's true. Let me see here. Bronner goes on to say, a step further, Mike. Not only do they claim that I must be on the left because I'm black, and then call everyone else the racist. That's true. Let's see. Looking forward to the roundtable tomorrow. Okay. Cool. Oh, and we have another comment. Oh, this is new. We have Robin Stoddard. Hello, Robin. I believe this is the first time I've seen you on my channel. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for the comment. And Robin says, oh, hell, Bronner. Well, thank you for joining Bronner, and thank you for joining the program. I'm happy to have you here with us. I hope you'll find the show interesting. Please remember, I'm open to all comments. If you agree, you disagree, or you think I missed something that's important going on, let me know. We will be happy to have that conversation. Always. I always love having new people. Always love that. Okay, let me move on. Something that's a little bit more serious, and I wanted to get to that as well. And that is, for those who are in Guam, a lot of people may not have heard about this, but Guam, of course, the relationship with the United States, being a commonwealth, one of the territories of the United States, Guam right now is bracing. There is a super typhoon. Think of it as a hurricane, something in that nature, except it's way bigger and it's more all water. Typhoons are usually coastal or island based, where hurricanes are more, they go from the ocean onto land. Tornadoes are strictly restricted on land. They're basically the same thing, though. These windstorms of extreme nature with a vortex tunnel shape. There is a typhoon. It is looking to strike Guam. It is expected to be very devastating. As you can see, the news is being announced by the BBC. Others are covering it as well. I know in America, we don't pay attention as much to international news, although I try to. We don't pay as much international news attention, and so we don't see a lot of the things that are happening in the world. But I do reach out, and if anyone is seeing this, if they are somehow in Guam and unaware, or if there are those who have family, please reach out to them. Make sure that they're going to be okay. Please plan that maybe you want to send water to Guam for the recovery of this super typhoon. It's going to be devastating to the island. It's going to harm their people. This is a short-term, somewhat long-term effect. In fact, this is the reason why TPS, temporary protected services, this is why it exists. For something, a natural disaster, just like what Guam may be facing, is that when a nation that cannot handle the devastation of a natural event, a natural disaster, that they can temporarily come into the United States, allow their nation to recover, to be able to rebuild its infrastructure over 18 months, and then those people can go back to their home nation and rebuild with the confidence without having to struggle through losses of electricity, losses of food, the inability to have fresh, clean water. They will be able to survive. And because the US economy is so strong in the world, because the American dollar is so valuable compared to any other currency in the world, the fact is that they can work in America temporarily under the TPS, save up as much money as they can, survive healthily, and to then go back to their home country with money that they were able to save from the United States, with strength, both of their spirit and of their body, to go back to their home country and to rebuild it and make it better. Their kids can take the 18 months to be in the United States, to learn and to become more educated, so that they can go back to their home country with more knowledge and more capability than what they came here with, and be able to rebuild their nation. That's what TPS is for. That's why it's temporary. It's not meant to be permanent, like the 300,000 Haitians, the 6,000 Syrians, and the Hondurans, the Nicaraguans, go on down the list of people who've been in America for 2 decades, almost 3 decades now. That's not temporary. That's the Democrats trying to do a shortcut towards a path to citizenship, a shortcut to break the laws of the United States for their own political gain. That's not worth it. That's not beneficial. That is a drain against America, and it's part of the reason why we have $32 trillion in debt. It's not because we're not helping other countries. It's not that we don't want to or we're not generous enough. It's that the Democrats are draining us because they're abusing the system. And that abuse makes it harder for us to help other nations that have need. So yeah, maybe we allow the 300,000 Haitians that have been in America for 15 years, go back to your country. The earthquake that caused you to come here, that's long gone. Go back to your country, rebuild your country, and then we have the space for 300,000 other people from around the world in third world nations that are just as messed up, or maybe less messed up than Haiti, but they are in a time of need. Like the people of Guam, there will be space for them to come to America, to take their opportunity to rebuild, so that to survive, so that they can go back to their home country after 18 months, 2 years, and go back to their home country and rebuild and make a better, stronger nation, a better infrastructure than what they left. This is what TPS is about. This is what temporary protective service is about. And by trying to, what the Democrats would like to have is to have the Haitians and the Nicaraguans, the Hondurans, the Syrians, and everyone else, you get to stay in America permanently, increasing the burden on America so that we can't help people in Guam. Maybe we help only 1,000 or 5,000 people from Guam instead of being able to help 10 or 20 or 50 or 100,000 residents of Guam. It just makes sense. I mean, if I'm wrong, please someone explain that to me, but it only makes sense to me. If we reduce the burden by following the law as described by the Supreme Court, as described by the law itself, it said temporary. Let's follow the law, let them go back to their country and rebuild, so that we can help others so that they can rebuild. Doesn't that make more sense? Maybe it's too much of a Republican principle and too much of a principle of the Bible that says, I want to teach people to fish, not feed you a fish. I want you to be able to fish for yourself. I want you to be self-sufficient. I want you to be self-reliant, self-accountable. I want you to grow. As I like to say to many of the people I've helped over the last couple of decades, I've helped many people create their own internet presence, whether it's a website or on YouTube, how to do interviews and do podcasts and such. And I tell each and every one of them, I want you to make $10 million. I want to make $1 million. I want to be a millionaire. Absolutely. But if that means you get to make $10 million and I make $1 million by helping you rise up to become more successful, I'm perfectly fine with that. I don't need 10 million. You can make the 10 million. I'll make 1 million. Everyone will be happy. You know why? Because they're self-reliant. I help them to get to be self-reliant and successful based on their merit, not because you owe me or that they're tied to me forever. That doesn't help me. That doesn't help them. But I don't know. Maybe that makes too much sense for people. But again, I want people to be aware that this is happening with Guam, and that will be something in near term that's going to be happening. Let me see here. I know a bunch of people had some comments about this. Let's see. Dow says, I hope they weather it well. Do we have naval assets in the area to lend disaster relief? I imagine we do, and we will. Obviously, you don't want to have any naval vessels directly in the line of a super typhoon. They'll sink. So we wouldn't have assets right there, but nearby, waiting for the actual typhoon to go through. And then we would actually go in. Because even if you're in a port, the flooding, the winds, and the turbulent seas, even if you're in a port, that could capsize those ships. And therefore, any of the aid, whether it be food, medicine, whatever it might be, personnel, you could lose them if you're in the port trying to survive. It's better and it is more logical to be outside waiting for that event to happen, and then you arrive afterwards, because that's when you can be most effective. It may not sound as great, but that is the reality. Why put yourself in danger at the same time that everyone else you're trying to save is in danger? Kind of like, think of it like an airplane. If you're an airplane and the oxygen mask comes down, they always instruct you, and it's the proper thing to do, is to put the mask on someone who can't, like a child, someone who's elderly or disabled, that you're going to put the mask on them first before you put the oxygen mask on yourself, because they're the one in greatest need. And so you help them first, then you can help yourself. And it's the same kind of principle. We can help them the best after this typhoon, not beforehand. I hope that makes sense for people. Bronner comes out and says, the last nursery I worked at, I had a coworker that was from Mexico. She was a very nice lady, and I don't know or care if she was legal. What bothered me was she's been here for 30 years and still doesn't speak English. I do care if she's legal or not. It makes a difference, because the burden is on us. If she's illegal, we have a burden. Whether she's directly one of those making the burden, in general, the average illegal alien is a net negative. Not to say that they don't necessarily pay taxes. Some of them do, because they stole someone's identity, because they stole a social security number. So they committed additional crimes to be able to make payments in taxes, which aren't sufficient to actually cover up the actual losses that we take from them. It makes a difference. I'm not saying that every illegal alien is a bad person. They may not be, but they are all criminals. And many of the things that they do compound the original crime of entering America without authorization so that they can work. That's an additional crime that they're committing, which also involves the economics of the United States. They're willing to work under the table. They're willing to commit Social Security fraud and identity theft. These are additional crimes that have compounding problems, and it just gets bigger and bigger. She's been here for 30 years. She could have applied for American citizenship. She could have asked for some kind of leniency. Most importantly, she should leave and try and come back in. She's made friends over the last 3 decades, I would imagine. And so therefore, she has a community, people who will vouch for her to become an American citizen, to go through that process, to sponsor her, including some of the employers that she's working with. By the way, that's illegal. She's working in a nursery. She's illegal. That nursery is committing a crime, which is compounding. There's an American who could have had that job, been paid more, almost assuredly would have been paid more for doing the same job that she took their job away. That's another American who is being burdened because of her existence in our nation, breaking the law. I understand that we want to be nice and generous, and America is nice and generous, but then there's abuse of our generosity. And her being here for 30 years, illegally being in America, because it sounds like she's an illegal alien, well, that's a burden. And then she's further adding to the pressure and the burden. She doesn't assimilate. She doesn't know any English. You've been here for 3 decades. I was in Moscow for a year and a half. I lived in Moscow in the 90s for a year and a half in a row. I learned Russian. Just by living in the country, I learned Russian. I'm not saying that I had the best Russian accent. Well, I had a very strong Moscow accent, but I'm not telling you that I was speaking better than I had maybe 6th, 7th grade comprehension and capabilities. I was talking at the level of maybe a kid in elementary school, junior high school, maybe high school, somewhere in that range. I was at the level of a child, given it's not my first language. And I was learning by ear, by living there. I didn't take classes. I just learned the language. But that was a year and a half. So you can't tell me you're here in America for 3 decades and you don't know the language. That's because you purposefully didn't want to. Russian is actually harder to learn than English. It's one of the top 3 or 5 hardest languages in the world to learn. And American is up there. We're, I think, number 3 or 4 in the hardest languages in the world to learn, given. But if I can learn Russian by ear, living in Russia for a year and a half, she could have learned how to speak English in 30 years. That means she doesn't want to, which is another reason for me to say she doesn't need to be here, because she doesn't want to be American. She doesn't want to be part of America. She's abusing the system. And if she's abusing the system, then why do we want her here? She may be a nice person, but she's a problem economically. She's a problem socially, and that problem only compounds. So there's that. I hope you understand that. So Bronner says, but how is it possible someone can be in America for 30 years, work in America, and not learn how to speak English? It's because they're hiding. It's because they're an illegal alien. They've broken the law. They're evading being prosecuted by the law. They don't want to be held accountable, and they are benefiting because they're in America illegally. And they don't want to be Americans. They have no interest in being an actual American. They just want the benefit of America, not to contribute to America. And that's the honest way of looking at that. She's not looking to contribute. She's looking to hurt people inadvertently. So there's that comment. Let me see. Robin, she's talking to Bronner, and then Bronner comes back. They're talking about books. Let me catch up. I'm just trying to catch up to the comments here, folks. Yes, the United States. You are correct, Robin. There is a large naval base on Guam. There is. But that's military. What you're going to see are they're going to need civilian assets. They're going to need food and aid, and that'll be delivered by civilian boats mostly. But the military is there, and they can help with some maintaining law and order to an extent. But again, Guam isn't America. While we have some influence and we can do many things, it's not our nation. So there is some independent things that need to happen there. Let me see here. So Bronner says, well, the woman he was mentioning, the illegal alien, didn't bother him at all. She worked hard. She provided for her family. In fact, when I was self-employed, I hired illegals all the time. I understand that you may feel like you're not hurting anyone, that it's beneficial and you're helping those individuals. I know that's how you feel, but there's a reason there's a law. There's actual consequences to that. And as much as you may feel that individually, this one person, this one family, that they're not counting up, except there's millions of those one family, one individual. There are tens of millions of them. They add up. And everyone goes, well, that one family, that one person, they're not a bad person. They're not causing a problem until you multiply and multiply. It's not one person. It is hundreds of thousands, literally millions of individuals. And every little problem, as I identified about this woman. So you've got Social Security fraud that's happening, which is a tax problem. And that's an economic problem. The amount she's getting paid as a wage. The employer knows she's an illegal alien. They're not paying the same wage they were paying an American citizen. She's not able to join a union. So the unions are suffering as well. In case you love unions, they're suffering as well because she's non-union labor. It is absolutely true that she would be getting benefits from the United States government because of that false Social Security. She's going to be able to qualify for benefits that are meant for American citizens that they won't get. And even if they are, now we have to pay for that. So we're printing more money, which means that the national debt is increasing, which means that every dollar that you have is worth less year after year after year. As a net, they are inflationary, and that is making the poor even more poor. They are hurting everyone. You may not think of it in that way because you're looking at a very small picture. You're looking at one family, one person you hired, and you're thinking that's not a problem. But I'm looking at it from the big picture because there's 50 million of those individuals, not all of them good people, but let's assume most of them are. Let's say 40 million out of 50 million are good people. Fantastic, but that's still a burden. And if nothing else, they're inflationary to the United States, and that's making every poor person in America, including the illegal aliens, even more poor every year as we print more and more money to take care of their needs and the services they rely on. That hurts everyone. It is a net negative. It feels like you're doing something good until you actually look at the bigger picture, when you look at the consequences, when you look at all of the crimes that are being compounded. It is a net bad thing. Bronner goes, but that he has to stress, he doesn't know if she's an illegal. You're in America for 30 years, can't speak English. Yeah, you're an illegal. She's an illegal. She might very well have done all of the things you said. I believe she did. And I believe that she's actually a good person. I don't doubt that she was taking care of her family and that she meant well. Individually, I'm sure she could have been Mother Teresa. But my problem isn't with her individually. It's with illegals as a group. It just bothered me that I had to communicate with her as if we were toddlers. He goes on to say, and she did speak enough English to get by, obviously. After 30 years, she should be completely fluent. It's not a question of literally, again, I go back to, if I can learn rudimentary Russian in a year and a half, because I lived there, you can't tell me in 30 years you can't be fluent. That's a purposive action. That's something that she's doing on purpose because she doesn't want to be an American. She's not here to be American. She's here to take advantage of the resources of America. That's monetary, that's in terms of, well, healthcare, education, everything. She's taking advantage of it. That is a net problem. That's just one more tick, one more flea on America draining us of everything. That's a problem. Let me see. So Robin says, Mike, having the base there would give a staging area for civilian aid. It will. You're absolutely correct. Having the military base does allow, it makes a great port and some infrastructure by which we can then introduce all of the civilian aid, water, food, resources in. That's true. And it would be organized and there's less crime possible because it's going through the United States military and our military base. And that would make it less prone to nefarious individuals trying to, skim off the top and to steal or to do what we see very often with the Palestinians, the Hamas. Hamas takes about 40% of everything that all the humanitarian aid that's meant for Gaza, 40% of it. And this is according to the UN and all international agencies, not just the United States, not just Israel, but every international organization confirms that somewhere around 30 to 40% of every bit of humanitarian aid, food, water, gasoline, that goes into Gaza is taken by Hamas. Either directly or indirectly, they take it. So you cut that down because we have an American military base, and so you have less of that scamming, that skimming, that stealing, less of that crime happens. So you are correct there. Bronner is explaining, okay, let me go back over here. Before I go any further, Bronner says, the reason I hired illegal aliens was because, number one, it was almost impossible to find strong, hardworking Americans that could go 10 minutes without grabbing their cell phone. That's a problem of how we have trained our youth. We have trained them to be elitist and soft. And we need to change that. We need to remove this entitlement mentality to them. We have to stop saying, well, then, working with your hands, being a laborer is bad, which is the impression we have ever since pretty much the Obama administration, when he decided to make America a service economy instead of a manufacturing economy. That ideology that said that you must go to college and you must be trained for something with electronics and computers and technology, rather than look down on, and only the bad kids, only the dumb kids get to be plumbers, electricians, carpenters. These are the lifeblood of every nation. We are desperately in need of these skilled labor jobs, desperately in need of them. And that is a problem. And we've also created this environment where we have safe spaces. Kids are growing, and because they go to college, because they have to go to college, that's a requirement nowadays. Well, they go to college and then they have all these safe spaces and they have these special rules about how you speak and where you can go and who, and based on what color you are, how you get to live and what you get to have. We've ruined them. We've spoiled these kids. And I don't mean spoil as in giving them everything they want, but spoil them in that they don't know how to earn anything. And that's a problem. And I know there's a bunch of 20-year-olds who look at me going, you just don't understand. I've been 20 myself. I have nephews. I have nieces. I do understand. I've been around young people for many years, helping them to mentor some and to just be around others. And I've worked with them. We have failed them in that we have not held them accountable. Work hard. Put the cell phone down. You're at your job. You're not with your friends. This isn't school. It's not your buddies. There is no such thing as a safe space in real life. You don't get to call time out. You live and you have to deal with things. And if that means you don't get to pick up your phone, you don't. That's why 50% of all employers right now will not hire graduates out of college. They want someone with experience. They will literally hire anyone with experience over a college graduate because college graduates are useless. They don't understand how to work. At least 50% of them get fired in their first year because they aren't worth the money and they aren't worth the time. But yet the kids think because of college that they're entitled and that they're fantastic. They're not. So I understand your problem. Go to high schools, get internships, hire kids from there. Hire the kids who went into physical labor, the ones who went to be plumbers, electricians, other skilled labor, car mechanics, and so forth. People who went into the military, hire them instead. I understand the problem, but the answer isn't let me get someone from another country that will expand and compound the problem America's already going through. We got to fix our kids first. We got to fix our nation first. And bringing in more illegal aliens isn't the answer to that. So a second reason for hiring illegal aliens is they didn't give their money to the government. They sent their money to their families. That's the other problem. And see, I was being nice. I was assuming that she was, and many illegal aliens do this. They will steal someone's identity, Social Security theft. That's the ones that are above board, they're on the books, and they just get paid a lower wage and they accept it. A wage that they probably should earn more because they're more skilled over the years, but they get paid less because they're illegal aliens, so they don't ask for a raise. They just live off of whatever they get paid because they can't complain. They're criminals and they don't want to get exposed. So they do themselves a disservice over time because they don't get paid what they should be paid, as well as the Social Security, the fraud that's going on. Plus, they're often abused by other individuals in their communities because who are you going to complain to? The police? You'll get deported because you're an illegal alien. Shouldn't be here. So crime gets to flourish in their neighborhoods even more. But then let's look at the ones who aren't paying any taxes whatsoever, which is the overwhelming majority of illegal aliens. If there's 50 million, and there are 50 million illegal aliens in America, yeah, maybe 30 million are paying taxes of some sort, but you've got 25, 30 million that are paying no taxes whatsoever, if not more. And I'm being hyper generous in these numbers. Okay, and they're taking money out of America. That money is coming from America. And yes, it's fantastic. They're sending money to their third world impoverished family, and they get to live a lot better because there's a 5 to 1, 15 to $1 exchange for every American dollar for whatever their natural country's currency is. And they get to live better. They get to feed themselves. That's fantastic. I'm happy about that, except that hurts the American economy. Again, America has to print more money. That's not helping Americans buy anything. That's not helping the American economy globally. It's actually making America weaker. That's more money going out of our system, not helping us, not coming back to America. And it helps other countries. Mexico is thriving off of Mexicans sending money, American dollars, into Mexico, artificially inflating their economy and boosting their people from poverty where they would normally be because the policies, the economic policies of Mexico have failed because they have a corrupt government. And if it weren't for the influx of American dollars boosting and propping up their country, it would fail. And if it failed, then they would have to improve. If it failed, then everything would collapse and people would rebuild Mexico's government, and hopefully it would be less corrupt and more efficient by actually allowing the illegal aliens to prop up the corrupt and failed system. And you can say that in Mexico, you can say that for Ghana, you can say that for Mozambique, you can say that for Laos. It's not just Central and South America. It's many countries around the world, Haiti as well. If you stop propping up these countries with American dollars so their failed governments continue, they would collapse. That's true. And something better would be built in their place. They would rebuild stronger and hopefully less corrupt. by allowing this to happen. And it feels like, well, look, I'm helping these people. Yes, but you're hurting their country. You're hurting their economies. You're allowing more corruption to exist, which will hurt them even more. That one family might do well for a couple of years, but in the next generation, they're going to be poorer because their country is more failed, more corrupt, more dysfunctional. It is the difference of the short term versus the long term, the big picture versus the small picture. Individually, yes, it is a wonderful, great thing. Big picture, you only hurt everyone at every level. Once you go out a little bit more in time and you look at a bigger scale, everyone is getting hurt. No one is benefiting. It is a net negative. And now I understand the news media doesn't talk about that. The academics in the colleges don't want to talk about that. They want you to look at only the smallest possible picture and look at that one individual and have all of your feelings about that one individual survival. That's what you should be motivated by, and that's how they want you to vote, because the corruption that creates is beneficial to their ideology, to the intersectional progressive socialist ideology. It doesn't actually help anyone. It is actually hurting them. It is actually hurting the world. I hope I've helped people understand how this happens. And I'm just skimming the top of this on, it's not superficial, but I'm only getting into just a couple of layers down on how deep the damage goes, but it's not talked about at all. And maybe the little bit of time I've spent here on this helps people understand this is a far worse problem than people think it is. And it is more detrimental by doing what the Democrats say, open borders, illegal aliens, no one's illegal. That's just crap. That's stupid. That's not true. I believe it's 120 out of 192 countries in the world. 120 countries out of the total 192 countries in the world all have fences and walls at their border. There's a reason. Borders exist, and they are there for a purpose, both economic and physical, and also national. There is a reason for that. There is a reason why every country in the world has laws about immigration and legal immigration and illegal immigration. There are rules in every country, and they are far more harsh and far more stern than what the United States does. I dare you to try and walk into Iran. I dare you. Try and do that in Afghanistan. Try and do that in Iraq. Try and do that through most of Africa. You won't like the experience you're going to receive when you get caught for illegally entering their countries. It's not pleasant. But again, I'm trying to explain there is a bigger picture to this, and there is more damage being done by trying to do something that's basically half-assed. You're helping people in a half-assed way. We're not actually helping them. We're extending the pain. Rather than letting them deal with the difficulty and improving the quality of life, maybe not for that generation, but the next generation, which is commendable, and that's how America grew, not because we're trying to help ourselves, but we're making sure the opportunities exist for the next generation. And in doing that, we suffer. We don't have all the benefits, but our next generation, our kids, our grandkids, they get to have a lot more benefits, a lot more comforts. They have a better life. By stealing that from a country and a people, we only make them worse off. Let me go on with some of the comments here. The other problem is they usually send money home to their families in their home country. That takes millions. No, not millions. Hey, Gracie, good to see you with us. But no, it's not. They don't take millions out of our country. They take hundreds of billions a year. Hundreds of billions a year disappear from the U.S. economy going to other countries. And again, that's what I'm explaining. And that props up failed countries with failed politicians, massive corruption, And that allows those countries to continue to exist. Mexico is just an easy example of that because they are a fulcrum. They are one of the most obvious examples. The Mexican government exists because Mexicans in America send money back to Mexico. And if it weren't for that, the Mexican government would fail and they would have to replace it with a better infrastructure that is less corrupt, that is more efficient. We are actually hurting Mexicans, and the Mexican government knows that they're only able to survive because of so much American dollars coming into their country. So they won't stop it. So they're not improving their country. They don't really want to stop that. They want Mexicans to keep going into Mexican individuals to go into America and illegally send money back home because it keeps them going, because they don't want to deal with the pain of actually having to fix the problem. And this is something long-term that many people don't talk about. So Bronner goes, I do have a point. Thank you, Bronner. And I do see the small picture. I helped them and their family, and in turn, they helped me and mine. I understand they did. But again, we're talking about national politics, not a personal one. I am not saying that any one person isn't a good person. But I am saying their actions, especially when you multiply it by 50 million, is detrimental. It is a problem. Let me see here. Should she have been fluent in our language? It's the very least of things that she could do. But the problem isn't that she isn't fluent. It's the reason why wasn't she fluent. And the core of why did she spend 30 years in America and never learn the language fluently? Because she never wanted to be an American. So why is she here? Oh, she's taking advantage of the opportunities. Well, those opportunities are for Americans first, not for anyone who just shows up. They're for Americans. She made things worse for America for 30 years because she never wanted to be an American. She wanted to take advantage of America. And that is a problem. And that's what I'm talking about. And that's something the left doesn't like talking about. Oh, but she's a nice lady. Absolutely. Will not question that. I'm not arguing. She may be right there next to Mother Teresa. Could be. I do not question that. But she's in America to take advantage of America, not to be an American. Therefore, she is hurting America long term. That's why she never learned English. That's the problem. I know a lot of people may not like when I reveal this, when I'm explaining this, because I'm actually doing something that the mainstream news media doesn't want to do, because they want you to vote Democrat, because they want this to continue. It's kind of like Mexico, the corruption in America, in Mexico. They know that this is a problem, and that the only reason why Mexico is able to maintain their government is because of the corruption of having illegal aliens go into America, work, take the money, and bring it back to Mexico. They know that. They don't want to stop it. And that's the problem. It feels, or on the individual level, you'll say, well, it feels bad that I'm hurting that one family. But in the long term, you're helping an entire country, not just America, other countries as well. Again, I'm using Mexico as the obvious example, but we can say that about Haiti. We can say it about Nicaragua, Honduras. We can say it about Ghana. We can say it about Mozambique. We can say it about Laos. We can say it about Thailand. We can go around the world. We can name countries where this is happening, country after country after country, and they are being hurt long term because people don't want to think of the consequence. They're only thinking of the moment. In this moment, and is this the thing that feels good? Well, yeah, it feels great, except you're not thinking about it. It's kind of like taking a drug. It feels great in the moment. You had crack, and it felt great in the moment. Problem is, now you're an addict. Now you're stuck. And the answer to that isn't get more crack. The answer is try and clean up, become sober. But being sober is hard, and it doesn't feel good, and it's not a great experience. But especially not compared to how it felt being high on crack. But being high on crack is going to kill you. It's never going to, and having someone give you money. Let me give you an example, folks. Let me give you an example in my personal life. So I've been homeless. I've never shied away from that. I've told people that many times. And I don't say that to brag in any kind of way, shape, or form. I've lived, I've been homeless. It's happened. Now, knowing that and having grown up in the Bronx, seeing the crack epidemic in the 1980s, being homeless in the 90s for myself, and seeing some of the individuals, and some of them are on drugs, mental issues, lost a job, had a business deal blow up in their face like it did for me. There's a lot of reasons why people are homeless. But one thing it made me understand, I don't give money to the homeless. I never do. Someone's like, oh, do you have $1? Do you have, I could have $50,000 in my pocket. I won't give you $1. I'm not going to do that because that's not going to help you stop being homeless. When I was homeless, people didn't help me by giving me an extra cigarette. What they helped me with is someone gave me a job. That's what got me out of being homeless. I got a job. Not because someone gave me $5 so I could buy cigarettes and get something from McDonald's. That kept me homeless. It was nice. It was helpful. I'm not against that whatsoever, but that didn't get me out of being homeless. So when I try to help people who are homeless, and I've done this in my own life personally, I don't give them money. Now, I'm also not going to let them starve to death. So what have I done? Many, many times. I've done this in New York City. I remember one time I was on the subway, and this is back when I was a stockbroker. And I was coming home I think I was going to Queens, and the guy's like, oh, but I'm hungry. I said, you know what? The next stop, we're in Manhattan. I said, the next stop is going to be 42nd Street. You know what? There's a McDonald's. Come with me. We'll get off the train. I'll go upstairs. It was a late night. It was a Friday night. I had been out drinking. I'm like, you know what? We'll go out. We'll get off the train. We'll go right upstairs, 42nd Street. There's a McDonald's right up there. I'll go with you. We'll go together. I will buy you whatever you want to eat. You want to eat? You're hungry. I will get you whatever. Order whatever you want off the menu, and I will pay for it. No problem. I'm not going to give you a dime. If you want money, you keep going, go to the next person, talk to whomever. But if you want food, I'm telling you, train's slowing down right now. Come with me. We're going to get off this train right now. We're going to walk upstairs. We're going to go right to the McDonald's, and you can order. He's like, are you serious? I'm like, train stopped, doors open. I stepped out and I said, are you coming? Are you coming? He came. He said, okay, let's do it. Okay, let's go. We'll go upstairs. We're going to have, you can order whatever you want. Don't worry about it. You can order whatever you want. We get upstairs. We go right into the McDonald's, and he's standing there next to me. It's a skeleton crew in the McDonald's. 42nd. This is back when everything was open 24 hours a day. And I walked on up. I said, okay, let me see. I want large fries, period. I want a large fries. Okay. She goes, no problem. And I go, come over. Order. What do you want? Can I get a Big Mac? Sure. You want one? You want two? How many you want? Can I get two? Absolutely. What else? You want fries? Can I get like 3 fries? How about some meals? You want like 2 Big Mac meals? 3? He's going, no, two. Okay. 2 Big Mac meals. Fantastic. Let's put them in a bag so that you can take, you don't have to eat everything right now. You can take it, put it in the bag. You'll have it to eat later. But you can eat whatever you need now. Is there anything else? You want apple pies? You want, I don't know, ice cream, whatever the hell, whatever it is. Is there anything else you want? Guy ordered a bunch of things. Fantastic. I said, no problem. Okay. So bag that up for him. So he's got it in the bag. We can eat here and he can take it with him. I'll have my large fries, run the bill. Boom, paid it. No problem. Thank you very much, ma'am. And I'm waiting. He's like, you really did it. I'm like, yeah, I told you. You get off the train, I'm going to feed you because you're hungry. And I can see it. You're hungry. No problem. I don't want you to starve. I'm going to feed you. He said, what? Why wouldn't you give me money? I said, you were going to get high, weren't you? He goes, yeah. I said, okay, that's why. Because I don't want you to get high. I want you to be fed. I want you to live. I want you to get a job. I know this is the garment district, by the way. We're right next to the garment district. I know there are guys, I know several businesses. When I was a teenager, I learned how to work in the garment industry. I learned to make markers and to make deliveries and a bunch of stuff in the garment industry. I said, you can get a job tomorrow making markers. You can pinning down and you can learn it. They hire people from everywhere in the world. They don't give a damn. As long as you show up, you do your job, you don't cause any problems, they'll pay you. Go and knock on. I gave them a couple of addresses. Go knock on their doors tomorrow, 9 a.m., ask them for a job. You might get sweeping the floor. You might get something else. They'll give you a job. They'll give you a chance. You screw up, that's on you. They'll give you a chance. Then you can straighten out your life. But right now, tonight, you've got food. He says, why'd you do that? He said, because you'll be better. Because it's going to help you. Because if I gave you the money, you get high, you'd feel good for 5 minutes, and then you'd still be hungry, and you'll still be begging. And the next day, you're going to do the same thing. And eventually, you're going to die like that. Or you got some food, you got to hear me. And you can ignore me and say, that guy's an idiot, and just go on about your day and get someone else to give you $5. You're on 42nd Street. Somebody eventually will give you money and you'll get high. You can do that. I'm not stopping you from doing that. That's your life. But you'll never get money from me. And you might not get food from me the next time because I remember. I pay attention. It's your choice. That short term and long term, I help the guy. Not because I gave him money. Because the thing that would feel the easiest would be, I just gave you some money. I'm a great person. I gave him money. He's going to go out and I can imagine in my head, he's going to go out and he's going to get some food and get somewhere to sleep. And I did a great thing. That's what you can convince yourself of. And that's a complete, absolute lie. And it doesn't work. Or I actually did help him because I made sure he got food. And I gave him an idea on how he can get work. I gave him the opportunity to improve his life long term. Is that going to be a struggle? He's still got to get rid of the drugs. He's still got to be responsible. He's got to work to get the money. It's a process and it ain't easy. And there's no guarantee. But he had a long-term goal. Did it feel as good? It felt great for me. Did it feel as good for him? Probably not, because probably would have felt better being high. But did he have an opportunity for a better life? Yes. That's the difference. That's how, and again, in many ways, it's not a one-for-one, but that example is illegal immigration. In many ways, that's the same thing. And throwing money at the problem isn't the answer. Giving them the job isn't the answer. That doesn't fix the problem. In fact, it makes the problem continue. It's just like drug addiction. It makes the problem keep going. You now have become codependent with them, or they become codependent on you for that money so they can keep getting high. In this case, that would be still being an illegal alien, still be in America, a drain on the system. You're not helping. I'm sorry if it sounds mean, but it's the truth. It's just the truth. And I know the news media will never explain that to you. You don't have to like it. You don't have to say, Mike, that's a great idea. But it's not wrong. And I'm just being honest with you folks. So Robin says, one thing I've noticed as an aging worker, ageism in hiring is a thing of the past. Employers would rather hire an old granny like me than someone under the age of 40. Well, I wish that were true, but I don't get that. I'm in the 50s, so not my 40s. 40s, I could get a job. In my 50s, they don't want to hire me, especially because nowadays everyone has the online presence. And I have, I'm a member of the press. I've been doing this for 20 years. They look my name up. They instantly, every AI does have information about me by name and by my company. So, because I own a business. And so they have the name of my company, of this channel, and my name as well. Plus, I've run for elected office. every employer sees that, they instantly go, you're overqualified, you're far too political, can't hire you, gone. It is almost impossible for me to get a job at this point. I'm too old, I have too much experience, and I'm far too political, even though that has nothing to do with the job. And I can do a job without being political. I've worked while being a member of the press and doing political commentary over the last 20 years. I've had several jobs for several companies. Okay. I don't bring my politics to my job, but you can't do that anymore. So it's very difficult these days. But in your 40s, yes, they'll hire someone 40 before they would hire someone 20, but not someone who's 50. It's just weird like that. Liz mentioned she's been hired 2 times in the past 7 years after a 10-minute chat with HR and a manager. Almost 67. Well, you're doing okay. I stand corrected. You're in 67. Nicer than, then again, I think maybe it's me because I'm not that nice a person sometimes. Could be that. Could be that my politics is too radical for a lot of businesses, and it is. And if they're left-leaning, they don't like me. They do not like me. I've had several left-leaning business owners tell me straight up, they'll never hire me. I'm more than qualified, capable to do a job, and they hate my guts. So they'll never hire me. They've told me to my face, I'll never hire you. You're a Republican, screw you. It happens. Let's see. Bronner says, well, my position, taxation is theft. So I naturally support anyone who can evade that theft. Except in evading the taxation, you are destroying 2 countries, ours and theirs. So yeah, you're not paying taxes, but everyone else is paying and suffering for it. So that's the option. I understand. Libertarians always like to think of the world will be perfect. It isn't. And people will be perfect. There aren't. And the politics, these political ideas are perfect. They don't exist. I deal with reality. And yeah, taxation, no one should have it, but it's a reality. And that's the way of the world. And I'm going to help these people because then they don't have to pay taxes, and that's good. Stick it to the man. Except that doesn't help America. That doesn't help their country. It just makes a bigger problem for America and their country. It feels, again, on the individual level, you feel like you've done something great. Longer term, bigger picture, you've actually made more of a problem. That's just the nature of it. But no one thinks of it that way. Dow has a comment. Dow says, that lends credence to Voss's point. Elder generations know how to work, usually come with experience and existing training, and lower expenses because their behaviors are less costly. Well, yeah, if you're 40, 50, 60 years old, you're not going out Friday night or Wednesday night or Monday night and drinking, getting blackout drunk. It just doesn't happen. In my 20s, did I get blackout drunk in the middle of the week? Yeah, I'm sure it happened. Do I do that in my 50s? No. So yeah, there is that. That is true. Let's see. Gracie has a question. By the way, folks, remember, you too can ask questions regardless of what topics I was looking at. This entire show is a conversation. And it's via chat, I get it, but we have a conversation. You can ask me questions on any topic. You can always say I agree or disagree, like Bronner and I disagree. Fantastic. I'll explain my reasoning because I do have a reason. It's not just because I don't like you, shut up. I won't say that to you. I'm not going to say I don't like you, shut up. I mean, I might say that to AOC, but realistically, real people, I don't say that to. So you can have a conversation with me, and you can do Super Chat, and you can do Rumble Rant. It does help, but you can just ask away. So, and Gracie's on, by the way, on Rumble as she's asking. She goes, I have a question. Is there any way that they can pay taxes without stealing Social Security numbers? The left is always claiming that they're paying taxes. Kind of, yes, but here's the thing. If you're paying taxes, that means you are identifying yourself as an illegal alien. You're on record. So theoretically, anyone can pay money to the IRS. whether it's a voluntary payment or if you're trying to pay taxes like the average person does April 15th. Anyone can do that. Tomorrow, Warren Buffett or George Soros can come in with $1 billion and give it to the American government. They could do that at any time they want. They don't. In fact, if you add up all of the money that Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, AOC, Ilhan Omar, you can add up everyone in Congress. I have donated in my life, I voluntarily donated $1. In my life, I have voluntarily given the IRS $1 just because. And that is more money than, I believe, at this moment, every member of Congress combined. I gave more money to the IRS than all of Congress combined voluntarily. I gave more money voluntarily than George Soros to the government. I've given more money voluntarily than almost every billionaire you can name. So, yeah, they could do that. They can give money and pay taxes, but they're on a list that would identify them, but you're an illegal alien. Now the government has a way to track them. Now the government has a way to get rid of them. This illegal alien was working at this business and they paid X dollars in voluntary taxes. Fantastic. Go get them and deport them, which is why illegal aliens don't do it. They could, but they'd rather use a social security number that has been stolen because that hides them. So, yeah, the social security number may be found to be illegal. They'll just get another one. They'll just go through the black market, get another social security number, get hired as this new person, and they'll continue to work. But the problem is that that's, of course, a crime and gets worse. But it's because if you do it any other way, you're identified as an illegal alien, and now they know where to find you and deport you. Let me see here. Is it the left's way of admitting that they know these people are criminals taking other? They know. There is no question. They know by law, illegal aliens are criminals. There's no two ways. You can't explain that any other way. They don't like to explain it, which is why they always call them migrants, to confuse them with legal migrants who have authorization to be in America. They always mix the terms up because they want to group them as one big group. Well, legal and illegal, there's no difference. There's massive difference. There are massive differences in the temperament, in the legality, the criminality, the benefit and the negatives. There's massive differences between the two. And they almost always include legal migrants to improve the outlook of illegal aliens, so that, and they're trying to play word games so that you have sympathy and you think that they're not that bad because you know this legal migrant, and that legal migrant, they're doing great. Why would I want to deport that legal migrant? Well, the legal migrant isn't the one getting deported. It's the illegal one that is. So there is that difference. What's this? Bronner says, I gave a homeless guy $1 once, and a lady said, he's just going to use it for drugs. I followed the homeless guy, wanted to know where I could get drugs for $1. That was just a joke I read on Facebook once. Yeah, it's stupid. It's a stupid joke because, one, yeah, you can get drugs for $1. You just won't get a whole lot of drugs for $1. Not enough to actually be very effective. But $1 from you and $1 from the next person, $1 from another one, all of a sudden you've got enough money to get a hit. And if they won't give it to you, well, if you get desperate enough, if you're all halfway there and you're really jonesing for that hit, the next person you don't ask, they mug them instead. So that is a problem. Again, what's the difference of asking, oh, I'm not going to give you $1. Well, I'm going to take it from you. actually looking for those drugs enough, yeah, that'll happen. And yeah, a lot of them will tell you, they'll be honest with you. A lot of them will tell you, yeah, they're going to use it for drugs or alcohol. That's very common. It's not a secret. And it's okay, your dollar plus the 50 cents they found on the street, plus 50 cents someone else gave them. They've got enough to get a drink. Doesn't take long. But the left likes to try and diminish this. They try to make it seem like, yeah, no one's getting a drug for $1. They're diminishing. That's them trying to discredit what's happening. They're trying to distance the consequence from the action. They're trying to make it seem like it doesn't happen. That's silly. Mike's just out of his mind. He's a Republican. He doesn't understand. No, I do understand. You're just trying, the left tries to diminish so they can protect what they want. It's their partisan goal that they're trying to protect there. And that's the difference. Let's see. Robin mentions that she once made a care package for a homeless woman hanging around near where I worked. Bread, meat, apple, 6 small cans, tomato juice. She threw it at me and screamed that she wanted money. Then she's not really homeless. She's an addict. She wants the money because she wants alcohol and or drugs. And you giving her food isn't going to help her. That's another reason why I ask. That's why I always offer food, because it tells me, is this person looking for help or are they looking to get high? And that's a big difference. See, if someone is willing to say, if they say, I'm hungry, and you say, okay, I'll feed you, and they say, okay, that's someone who's listening. That's someone you can reach. That's someone you can help, because they realize they have a problem and they're trying to resolve the problem. Now, you can be homeless for a lot of reasons. Not always. It's not always drugs. It's not always mental. It's not always the things that most people blame it on. But if someone it's hard as an adult to say, I'm hungry. Can you help me? It is very difficult to say that. It's somewhat easier to say, you know what? Do you got an extra dollar? It's easier to say, do you have an extra dollar? Because no one has an extra dollar. No one does. It's, do you have an extra dollar? That's easier to say than, I'm hungry. Because you might ask them, why? And now they're embarrassed, and it's a matter of pride. It's a matter of self-sufficiency. They're no longer adults. They're children at that point because they failed. At least that's the way a lot of people think about it. So they ask for the money instead. But if someone who's hungry actually is hungry and they literally want to feed themselves, and you say, okay, I'll feed you, they're willing to do something, and that means they have an opportunity to get out of that loop. They can get help. They're looking to be helped. They don't want to just wallow in that lifestyle. They may be willing. They may have reached the point where it says, okay, let me get out. Let me find that first step, that first person putting their hand out that says, I will help you up. Rather than giving them the money and say, okay, I don't have to see you anymore. I don't have to think about it anymore. And if they're not, if they say, oh yeah, I feed you, well, just give me the $5 instead, then you're not hungry. Then you're not actually looking to end the cycle. You're not, if I'm literally saying, I'm walking to the McDonald's right now, are you walking with me? And they're going, give me $5. You weren't actually hungry. You aren't looking to get out of this situation. You're looking to wallow in it. That's why I always offer food. I never offer money. I hope that makes sense to people. Let me see here. Robin mentions, Mike, it has happened to me twice, but I'm not in your area. In this area, it happens all the time. I can tell you that I've been in, well, some of my stories I've been in New York, I've been in California. There's been a few places I've lived. I've dealt with, and I try and help homeless people anywhere I find myself around the world. Not every story is exactly in New York City. I've lived other places. I've had other experiences. But yeah, it happens everywhere, but these tend to be, and I'm not saying it's always, it's almost a rule. It's almost always works out like this, but not always. There's always other things that could be in there, could be mental, could be something like that. But this is consistent. That's why I say the things I say. And again, it may be upsetting for some people, but it's the truth. All right, let me see. I think I've caught up. Okay. I think I've caught up. If I've missed something big, send me like, a $1 super chat or something. So I'll know. But let me move on because I didn't even finish with the international. But I see a lot of comments here. I'm trying to make sure I've caught the big ones, but let me move on with the show a little bit. I wanted to mention, obviously, America, we had our birthday, and that's a big thing, and that's a good thing. There we go. Let me clear that up. Now, what you may not have noticed, and there is this report, which is coming from the IRGC. It's another agency within Iran. This is the Mehr, MEHR, news agency, which is owned by the Iranian government and has ties to the IRGC, the fanatical, radical terrorist wing of the Iranian government. And they have an army commander who's saying that he wants to kill Americans and kill America because of the Ayatollah. This is something no one else is talking about. By the way, you will not see a single American news agency covering this story. Not one. And if you go to check it out, as I have tried several times now, there it is. Okay. So there's almost nothing in this news story other than this is an Iranian general and he wants to have war with the United States, and the IRGC is promoting it. Is it a serious threat? No. But it's telling you that Iran is continuing to have a conflict because one end, the Ayatollah and the recognized Iranian government is trying to get the peace deal done. Even though I don't like the peace deal, even though the peace deal is absolutely horrible for America, they're trying to follow through with it because it's great for Iran. And the IRGC wants war. Just keep this in mind as you hear the news and they're talking about Iran and the Iran conflict and the ceasefire. And they keep trying to tell you that, well, Donald Trump failed, America has failed. Is that coming from, and that Iran is winning and Iran is going to dominate? Is that coming from the IRGC, the terrorist wing of the Iranian government? Or is that coming from someone credible? Terrorists lie every time, all the time. Keep that in mind. So I just wanted to point that out. Okay. Here we go. OPEC. Now, there is some other good news that came out just a little while ago. OPEC has agreed to increase the amount of oil that they're going to sell. This is on top of the Strait of Hormuz opening up, and all of the oil, 20% of the oil that's been held up for 4 months for the world is flowing out. That has brought down the price of oil to about $73 a barrel, which means that's going to bring down the cost of gasoline down to about $3.25. If nothing else were to change, the price of gasoline would be down to about $3.25, thereabouts. We'd be at about $70, $73 in that range of gas. But OPEC is going to increase the amount of oil. This, I believe, is a reward to the United States for knocking down Iran several pegs, for removing the Iranian Navy, for removing the Iranian Air Force for destroying a large number of the drones and missiles and the missile capabilities of Iran, the Middle East is bringing down the price of oil temporarily so that the United States will benefit from it. That's what I truly believe is happening here, because it doesn't make sense for OPEC to lower the price of oil now that Iran can sell oil and now that there's a glut of oil hitting the market all at the same time. Why would you increase the amount of oil that you're selling unless you are trying to hurt Iran and benefit America? Because the other thing is, okay, so if OPEC sells more oil, that will bring the price of oil, maybe it's an average $70. It would bring it down to an average price of $68 a barrel. That's good for America. It's good for the world, but it's bad for Iran because they don't get $100 barrel and $100 a barrel for oil. They don't get 90 or 80. They're not getting premium prices. They're losing money because there's more oil available, and it hurts Iran. It doesn't help them as much as it could, and the rest of the Middle East knows that. Mind you, the rest of the Middle East has been making money consistently, and for dozens of years, for decades, Iran has been limited on the amount of oil they could sell on the open market. So they have not made nearly as much wealth as the rest of the Middle East. So they don't mind losing some money short term because they've made money throughout the entire last 3-4 decades. Iran hasn't. And that's how they hurt Iran, but help America. And that means that inflation will go down. As I've explained before, I'll try and do it short here. What we're seeing is energy is one of the biggest costs to a business, besides people. People is number one. So hiring people, that's your number one cost. But separate of that, energy is absolutely a massive and one of the leading costs of business for every business you can name. If there's more oil, there's more energy, the cost of energy goes down, except if you live in California or New York, because they have taxes on everything that keeps the price elevated. Even when it should go down everywhere else in the world, it will stay high because New York have Democrats, and Democrats would love taxes. So separate of that. But the cost of energy would go down, which means products cost less. There's less inflation, and therefore everyone benefits. This is good for everyone. It's a win-win for everyone all the way around. What you will see is that inflation will be reducing as we move forward, even though this is a terrible deal and there's a lot of problems with it. I'd rather deal with higher inflation, and I'd rather be confronting the IRGC than accepting the 14-point deal. But the reality is this will take care of short-term inflation, and it will reduce it significantly. It will reduce the cost of energy significantly. By the way, if you have gold, keep that in mind. Less people are going to be running to gold as a hedge because inflation will be coming down as the rest of the economy improves. So there is that for all the gold traders out there. This is yet another example of gold will be dropping in price because inflation will be dropping because they're glutting the market with oil. And so the price of oil will go down. Supply is up, demand will go down. This is simple, or at least I like to think it's simple. So this is something to keep in mind. So everyone's like, oh my God, the economy, and they're freaking out. And for all of the Democrats who told you, well, gas is going to hit $7 a gallon, they lied, because they always lie. And the Democrats said, oh my God, inflation's going to hit 22%. They lied, because they always lie, because they're sensationalized and fearmonger, and it's not real. What's actually happening is you're looking at the exact opposite. That's why unemployment's at 4.2%, and it's been essentially 4.2 or 4.3% for the last, 9 months. It hasn't moved. Inflation is stable. Unemployment is stable. Inflation had a short spike up because we're in the middle of a war, and now it's dropping back down. Why? War's over, and we see that the oil's flowing again, and now we have extra coming because that's a benefit to us. That's the Middle East saying thank you. That's the reality. They don't want to tell you that because that means Donald Trump did a good thing And he's being recognized around the world for having done something the world wanted to have done, which is reduce the amount of global terrorism sponsored by Iran. Since that's a positive for the entire world, they're rewarding the United States without having to mention that they're rewarding the United States. That might make you vote Democrat if you understood that, so they won't mention it. You won't hear this from the U.S. news media. They're not going to mention that this is a reward. This is paying back the United States for what we did. They won't mention that consequence at all because they don't want you to vote for Democrats. They want you to vote for Democrats. All right. By the way, if you're wondering, Mike, how do you know? Are you sure? This is the current, I'm going to update this for it right in front of your faces. Price of oil, $72.38. Okay, that's currently looking at the 5 days. It's been a little bit lower, almost to 71. Hasn't been over 73.50. So yeah, we're in this band. Let's go back over a month. Look at how low we are from where we were at. If you go over the last 6 months, we had the spike up and we had it coming back down. And this is just from the peace deal. This is just the negotiation. Imagine what happens when we have now OPEC is increasing the amount of oil. Besides the Strait of Hormuz opening up, it's going to go back down to about $60. You could see spikes down to $60 a barrel. I don't think it'll stay that low, but that just tells you inflation is being taken care of. That is no longer going to be a problem. You know what is a problem? Gun control. That's the problem, gun control. You have been promised by every single Democrat, all the anti-Second Amendment people, that gun control is going to save your life. You will be safe. This is San Antonio. San Antonio, Texas. Some insane maniac walked over to a cookout and shot 8 people, killed a teenager, an 18-year-old, and shot 4 kids, 4 children. Did so. Gun control did not stop him. Federal gun control didn't work. Did not work. You're not safe. Wait a minute. There's another one. There's another story about this. And maybe, well, how about this time? This was in New York State. You say, well, Texas, everyone has a gun in Texas. That's the problem. It's the guns in Texas. That's why that family got shot up. That's why those 4 kids got shot. Okay. Then there's New York. 4th of July. 8 people are wounded. 4 kids are wounded. The guy was using a Tech 9 gun. A Tech 9. The Tech 9 handgun is illegal in New York. The New York SAFE Act made the Tech 9 an illegal firearm. You can't own it in New York. They passed a law. They passed the SAFE Act. They passed the red flag laws. They restricted magazines. They restricted the type of firearms you could have. They have a gun ban. They have another 2,000 gun laws in New York State alone. So you're safe, because that's what Andrew Cuomo said. That's what Kathy Hochul said. That's what every single Democrat, every socialist, every progressive have told you, that you will be safe because they passed the law, and now no one's going to go running around with a Tech 9 shooting kids. July 4th, 2026, maniacs with Tech 9 shot children. It's illegal. Gun control doesn't make you safe. Gun control isn't about you being safe. It's not about you protecting your family. It's not the government protecting you. It's government controlling you. And I just want to point that out. It's sad. It's sad that on July 4th, near Coney Island, 21-year-old woman is in critical condition. There are children right now that are in a hospital, expected to survive, but 6, 7, 12, and 14-year-old are in a hospital right now because of a maniac. Let me show you another story on this. It is the Tech 9 is banned in New York State. It's illegal. You can't have one. And they promised you when they banned the Tech 9 along with the AR-15, the AK-47, and every other, the metal version of the Mini 14, Ruger Mini 14, and so many other rifles, you were told you're going to be safe. Don't worry. You're safe now. You're not safe. They lied to you. They lied to you. There are things we can do to try and make people safer in terms of gun violence. We need to address the root causes. The root cause is not the Tech 9. The Tech 9 wasn't the problem in the story. The problem was the shooter. That's the problem in the story. Same thing with all mass shootings. What makes an individual, some crazed criminal person, decide their only answer is to kill a bunch of innocent people? That's the question we have to ask as a nation. And when we go through the holidays, Juneteenth, there were 15 people in Chicago shot down, 38 were wounded. The numbers in Chicago alone are bigger than most states have in a year. Chicago have in a day. It's ridiculous. And Chicago has every single gun control law and legislation you could possibly imagine. They have every ban that Democrats promise will make you safe. And they've had them for decades, and they don't work. They have never worked because we're not dealing with the root problem. The only reason why I want to bring up these two shootings, which are considered mass shootings, the only reasons why I'm bringing them up is because I want you to understand passing the law will not make you safe. It has never made you safe. And every politician, if they know anything about the Second Amendment at all, if they know anything about gun laws and gun control at all, they know it doesn't work. Every study that has ever been done proves gun control doesn't work. It does not protect you. It has never protected you. It never will protect you. How about we stop re-electing these people who are lying to you, who are manipulating you, who are counting on your emotional reaction to go, oh my God, it's the Tech 9. If we got to get rid of those Tech 9s. You already did. And it didn't help. It didn't protect you. Children, 4, 7, 14, they got shot. It didn't help anyone. The problem isn't the firearm. It never was. This is why they hate to mention, the mainstream news media tend not to mention, unless it's a AR-15, they try not to mention any of the firearms that are used if it isn't an AR-15, because it breaks their message. Remember, they kept telling you it's the assault weapon, it's a rifle, it's an assault rifle. Assault rifles are dangerous. This was a handgun. The Tech 9 is a handgun. And it's already banned and has been banned since 2013. Since 2013. That's more than a decade. And you're not safe. So maybe the problem wasn't the Tech 9. Maybe the gun ban never made you safe in the first place, because this isn't the first time that a Tech 9 has been used in a shooting in the last decade. It didn't work. Maybe we should be focusing on what is the underlying problem. Lack of fathers, lack of jobs, drug addiction, gangs. Maybe those are some of the elements we should be addressing instead of saying, like Virginia, where they're saying, we need another gun ban. We just need to ban more guns. We just need to make them more illegal than they were already. We have to ignore the Second Amendment and why it was created. We have to take away your rights and your freedoms, because then you might be safe, except we know for a fact you won't be, because you never have been, because this isn't a new idea. This isn't something they just came up with. Oh my God, Spamberger in Virginia. She's the most brilliant Democrat, most brilliant governor ever. She decided that she's going to ban some guns. Who ever thought of that before? No one's ever done that except every Democratic state, every Democratic governor for the last 3 decades. This isn't new. This isn't surprising, shocking. It's not something that we don't have data on. And again, what is the ultimate answer? Tech 9 is banned in New York and used on July 4th to shoot a bunch of children. It didn't work. You're not safe. Spamberger is not a genius. She hasn't done anything original. This is copy-paste, Democrat, feel-good, virtue signal messaging. That's it. But you'll sleep at night because we made a law. And that criminal, why are they called criminals? They break laws. That criminal and that deranged person who doesn't care or doesn't even understand what the law is, yeah, they're going to stop now because, oh my God, there's a law. No, they're not. No, they're not. The gangbanger, the criminal, the deranged lunatic, the drug addict, they're not going to stop. They never cared. They've never cared about the law. They never will care about the law. And that's why they do these things. We need to stop wasting our energy, our time, our emotions, and money on things that do not work. Demonstrably, empirically, do not work. Stop falling for this trap. I don't know. Maybe it's me. Maybe it's me. All right. Let me see. Did I lose someone? Oh, Liz. Okay. Robin left. I think her name is Liz. Oh, well, that's okay. Thank you for spending as much time as you did with us. I appreciate you. Thank you. Hope you found it interesting. Okay, let me move on. Bronner thinks that conceal carry is the best gun control. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. And Dow says, abolish gun control, make sacrosanct self-defense culture. Yeah, I think we made people more aware of how to properly use a gun and to defend themselves, you'd see less crime. I absolutely believe it. And you know what? It's worth a try. We've already gone through, 6 decades, 7 decades of gun control, and it hasn't worked. Let's try 1 decade of, self-defense. Let's go with that. It's a new idea. You want a new idea? 1 decade. For 1 decade, let's try and go with self-defense rather than ban. And let's compare the numbers a decade after Americans can conceal carry and defend themselves versus gun ban. And let's see what the numbers look like. Why won't they do it? Because if you gave everyone the right, if you stopped interfering with everyone's right to own a gun and to encourage them to be able to use a firearm safely and properly, you would see the numbers change. Absolutely. Ron says that Liz will come back. I hope so. I look forward to it. I enjoyed her questions. All right. So that really pissed me off. Now, you guys, some of you may have heard this yesterday. Donald Trump. Oh my God, Donald Trump was talking at the 250th, and people are freaking out over this. They are trying to find every way that they can say Donald Trump's evil. What he said was evil. He was actually just being evil. He's a megalomaniac. Every president is a megalomaniac. Can we all understand that? Every president, everyone in politics is a megalomaniac. Everyone in politics is a narcissist, a massive, insane levels of narcissism, because you have to be, because it is nothing but negativity. You are always wrong. There are always a huge number of people who hate you and think you are absolutely messing everything up. You have to have a thick skin, a mile thick, and you have to think that you are the best of everyone. You're the best of the best. Otherwise, you don't survive in politics. I've seen it for 20 years. I've seen people who are wallflowers that try and get into politics. They get crushed. They're useless. They get nothing accomplished, and they disappear. No one thinks about them. They get wiped out every time. That's whether you're on left or right, doesn't matter. It happens every time. So I'm not upset that Donald Trump is a narcissist. Again, every president is. Did you see President Obama's world tour? He was going out and running around more like an entertainer, like he was some kind of rock star, than he was president. And he's not the only one. Bill Clinton with the saxophone, same idea. Ronald Reagan was already a movie star. So, I mean, this isn't new. This isn't surprising. It's not different. So to say that, oh, well, Donald Trump, he's a narcissist, so is everyone in politics. Be honest. That's not the problem. Oh, but Donald Trump, he's a terrorist. Name something that he's done that's terroristic. There's things that people don't like. There's plenty of things you may not like. That doesn't make him a terrorist. That didn't make America a terrorist. There are things that you may think he did wrong. Okay, but that doesn't make him a terrorist, and that doesn't make him destroying America, nor does it make him authoritarian. But they tried to rip this speech up and say he is just an authoritarian. He's tearing up. Listen to the beginning of this. Wait for it. Wait for it. In case you didn't hear the beginning of the speech. I want to play this because I know a lot of people haven't actually heard any part of the speech itself without it being chopped up and taken out of context by all the different news media organizations. Listen to this.
Well, thank you very much to the men and women of the South Dakota Air National Guard and those beautiful F-35s. We love them, and I want to thank you all for being here. This is a big crowd. This is a lovely crowd. And what a sight it is. I want to thank Senate Majority Leader John Thune, a good friend of mine, and all of us. Oh, they're good.
Yeah, I skipped ahead. I don't care about thanking John Thune or anyone else. I don't care. He's going to thank a bunch of people. Who cares? Let's get to what he's actually saying.
I was waiting for that. Pilots, thank you very much. And Secretary Burgum, who's doing a phenomenal job. Okay. Ordinary days in the history of the world. Tomorrow we mark 250 years of glorious independence and 250 years of majestic American freedom.
And that's what the left hates. 250 years of majestic freedom. 250 years of America. And they are busy every day trying to tell your kids, the next generation coming up, but America's horrible. But America's just an evil place. And they want your kids to think that every day. Look at every TV show your kids are watching. Look at the cartoons that they're making for your kids. I'm not talking about the anime that come from Japan. I'm talking about what they're making in America for American kids. You look at that. Look at the TV shows, the movies that they're putting out right now. Look at the books that are in the children's library in elementary school that they're trying to get your kids to read, and how they're trying to subvert your kid into believing they hate America. I have seen polls. On July 3rd, I went through line by line, question by question, answer by answer, every a poll from YouGov that was meant to try and convince you to become more leftist after taking the poll. They tried to denigrate the United States in that YouGov poll that was supposed to see the temperature of how people felt in America. They were biased, and they were biasing the poll. And there are many other polls that were doing similar things. My friend Larry Sharp on July 3rd, from 7 o'clock till midnight, he was talking about different different polls, and they were biased. The questions they were asking were biased to try and make you less independent, to comply with the left-leaning ideology, and to support Democrats. And this is insane. 250 years. Yes, this is true, what he is saying about America. Absolutely, fundamentally true.
Nothing like it. In all the chronicles of the ages, never before has any nation celebrated so magnificent a triumph as this one, the one that we are participating in right now. At 250 years, America is the oldest republic
I love this because everything he's saying is true.
on earth. We are the freest people on earth. We have the most righteous and enduring constitution on earth.
True, we do.
We are the strongest and most powerful country on earth.
And they hate us for that. France is absolutely, Macron is jealous of the United States being the strongest power and saving France consistently, whether it's through the UN or NATO or just American troops in World War I, World War II, stepping in. We saved them from Vietnam. France is jealous. They still want to be remembered as the leading power, one of the leading powers of the world in the 1800s. They think that France is just as powerful and important to the world as it was in the 1800s. It's not. France is a second world nation. That's the fact. That's the reality. That's the truth. Like most of Europe, they're second world. They're not on the same level as the United States, not even close. They depend on us, and they hate that. Therefore, they tell us that Donald Trump and anyone who recognizes how weak the rest of Europe and the second world nations, to anyone who notices the chasm between America and everyone else, well, you're the bad guys. You have to comply. You have to bend the knee. Donald Trump isn't wrong here, but he will be labeled the bad guy because it's true, and they don't like it. They don't like it, and that's why he's the bad guy. Not because it isn't the truth. It's because they don't like the truth, and they want to sell you and your kids a lie because it helps them.
And by the grace of God, the United States of America is the most successful, most accomplished, most exceptional nation ever to exist in human history.
That is empirically, absolutely, you can document this. It is empirical. It is factual. He just said the truth. And that is all it took for the left to lose their minds. Oh my God, Donald Trump's talking about this. You can't say that about America. You can't say that about the other country. First of all, we're not talking about the other countries. America is the greatest, yes. That doesn't mean that England is terrible. Doesn't mean that France is completely fallen apart. Well, France actually did completely fall apart, but that's besides the point. They always fall apart. But it doesn't necessarily mean that every other country in the world is unworthy of existing. That's not what Trump said. He just said America is the best. We're the king of the hill. We're the top. We're the superpower of the world. These are empirical facts. We're the biggest economy, strongest military, as much as the only reason why we, in any way, shape, or form, lost to Iran is because of our politicians and the politics, not because of our military. Our military destroyed the Navy and Air Force of an entire nation in the space of 2 weeks. 2 weeks. One of the strongest, and by the way, the Iranian military was one of the strongest in the world. It's in the top 10. And their Navy and their Air Force accordingly. They're in the top 10. The United States military destroyed them utterly in 2 weeks. Yeah, our military isn't weak. We haven't failed. America is not strong. We are the strongest in the world. We are the biggest economy in the world. We're the biggest innovators in the world. We're the most free people in the world. And I know people like go, but Mike, America's not free. Yeah, it is. Look at any other country in the world. We're free. Oh, but it's not the perfection of freedom. Nothing is perfect. Nothing is. If you're judging it by how perfect we are, then everyone fails. That's a measurement no one can measure up to. If you're measuring it to perfection, you have already failed, and you will never achieve that because that is beyond humanity. But if you're comparing us to everyone else in the world, if we're making a comparison of reality, America's free. We're the freest in the world, period, full stop, done. No one else compares. No one else has 350 million people or millions of people from everywhere in the world, and they're free and there's peace relatively. That's just not existing. Doesn't happen. No one else can do it. No one can do it, and everyone has tried. No one can do it. So I want to point that out because I thought it was interesting that everyone's trying to say Donald Trump, he's so evil, he's so terrible. It made me think of somebody. It made me think of Zoran Mandami. And it made me think of the ball drop. See, in 1976, it was a very interesting time in the world. Jimmy Carter was a failure. Horrible president. We had the oil embargo. You think oil prices were high relative to the time? Insane. We had people who were lined up down the block and around the corner. You could only get gasoline for your car every other day. And we had gas guzzling cars back in those days. I mean, seriously, gas guzzling cars back in those days. Better cars, by the way, muscle cars, great cars, but they guzzled gas like no one's business. And we had stagflation under Jimmy Carter. We had like 22% inflation relative. And it was just insane. So we had a bad president, a weak president in Jimmy Carter. We had an economy that was difficult, to say the very least, if not bad, relative to what we expected at that time. America hadn't reached the pinnacles that we have at this point, but it was very close to them. And even with all those problems, and in 1976, we were still reeling from the Civil Rights Act and the Civil Rights Movement. We still were trying to figure out affirmative action. The ERA was something that was being argued over. We had protests from people like Bill Ayers, the mentor to Barack Obama, who was trying to do the Weather Underground, blow up government buildings and kill people. He was a terrorist, a domestic terrorist of the United States, still is. You have people like Jane Fonda, who was giving Hanoi Jane, who was aiding and abetting the North Vietnamese to kill American citizens. That woman is a traitor. She should be shot by firing squad because she's a traitor. So we had a difficult time. It wasn't all peaches and cream. America wasn't perfect in 1976. And yet, with all of those problems, America was more unified than it is today. Americans look forward to the future more than they do today. Our kids were happy to be American citizens more than they were today. I already told you about the celebration. Me being downstairs, the Carvel ice cream, every single one of my neighbors being outside. It was incredible. The bicentennial was everywhere. In the news, the movies, TV shows, everyone was celebrating and loved America. Not because it was perfect, and no one was judging it against perfection. It was because America was the greatest based on reality. I wanted to look at it. I said, you know, what happened in New York? This image is one of the few, very, very few. And I want people to think about this. Did you see, I mentioned it months ago, that Zoran Mandami initially made it illegal for New Yorkers to gather for the ball dropping in Times Square, because he didn't want to celebrate America's 250th birthday. That was Zoran Mandami. He said, nope, not going to have the celebration. We can have a parade and a celebration for the World Cup. We can celebrate anything and everything except America's 250th birthday, because Zoran Mandami is a socialist communist terrorist. He hates America. He hates America and wants to destroy America. Okay. You notice you don't see images. Do you know how hard it was to find this image? Because there is no official image of aerial, no drone images, no official government images of the crowd. We have no idea how many people showed up, even though it was illegal. They were told not to go because it was blocked off, because Zoran Mandami didn't want to celebrate. So here's one of the few images showing that Americans love America. I'll show you another one. And you say, well, Mike, that's hard to see. Here's another image of that. This is from Reuters. Look at that image. And according to ChatGPT, they can't figure out the size of the crowd. They say that that's not filled. There's gaps in the audience. You say, Mike, that's too small. Let me make it bigger for you. Let me make this a little bit bigger if I can. Oh, there we go. So look at this. According to Reuters, that crowd, well, there's gaps. I mean, yeah, there's a space for one person right here. There's a space for one person right there. There's a space for maybe one person right there. That's pretty filled. They're like, we have no idea how many people are actually there. We have no way of being able to estimate this crowd. They said, maybe 8,000 people. Are you sure about that? Maybe only 8,000 people showed up. But wait a minute, you just told me there's no aerial photos. You told me there's no official photos. There's no data that shows us each and every block, the entire Times Square, but there's only 8,000 people. How can you guess there's only 8,000 people if that's the only image you have? And that image looks pretty filled to me. But if you ask ChatGPT right now, they'll tell you. Matter of fact, let me show you what ChatGPT says, because they are so actively lying about America's 250th birthday. They really don't want you to be happy. So, did Zoran Mandami show up? He did not. How many people were there? And I just showed you the two images. The first answer that comes from ChatGPT. Let me make this bigger for you guys so you can see this. Because ChatGPT lies to you. It is built by leftists in Silicon Valley to make you into a leftist. It lies on a regular basis. Never trust it by itself. Always double check the data coming from ChatGPT. Here's their lie. How many people? There's no official attendance estimate. Fair enough. We have no idea because Zoran Mandami didn't want you to know. He didn't want you to think people showed up. He said no one should go, and he didn't want any official evidence to show that people did go, that they didn't obey him, that they actually loved America more than they loved Zoran Mandami. He didn't want evidence of that. That's why the New York Police Department has no data, because they always have data on this. This is one of the most important things they keep data on. That's why we take aerial photos of these kinds of events. They didn't do it because they didn't want evidence that the American people love America more than they love Zoran Mandami and communism. He didn't want that. So they hid this event as best they could. That's why you don't have any coverage, and I'll prove it, from NBC, CBS, the mainstream news media. None of them went to Times Square. Mind you, there are over 10,000 employees in each and every one of the news agencies. That's CBS, NBC, ABC, that's the New York Times. They all have over 10,000 employees. There are easily 2,000 employees for each and every one of those organizations, if not more, in New York City, in Manhattan on any given day. They could have covered this. They could have made sure that they showed the entire crowd. They could have counted the crowd. They didn't want to. They didn't do it because they wanted you to be in the dark. They didn't want you to know that Americans love America. This is the exact opposite of 1976, the bicentennial, where everyone knew everyone loved America. That wasn't a question. That wasn't something we were debating. Everyone was outside, everyone was celebrating because everyone loved America. Now they don't want proof that people actually love America. They want proof that people love Zoran Mandami and socialism. They're trying to lie to your face. So we have no official estimate. And based on available photos, I want you to read this. Based on available photos, videos, and these facts, that there is no fact. They want you to, and according to the fact that there is no fact, Chat GPT is going to say, well, the crowd is in the low thousands. It's between 2,000 and 5,000 people. That's it. That's not an official number, but that's their number. Okay. I said, what images of the crowd? Because Chat GPT, well, I looked at the images. What images did you have, Chat GPT? What images? What were you looking at that was not provided mainstream that you came up with this number that only in a city, New York City, 8.5 million people on the ball drop of the 250th birthday of the United States. You mean to tell me only 2,000 to 5,000 people came out? Show me that image. They said, well, there's ABC News and Fox News and CBS and Fox Livestream. That's what they said. Because of those four things, they said, well, there's only 2,000 people because the mainstream news media said there's only 2,000 to 5,000 people because of the pictures and the live stream from those four news media organizations. That means it. Here's the thing. If you actually go to every single one of those links, and I did, it doesn't show any images. There are no images. There is no video. There is no live stream. That is a lie. This is a lie from Chat GPT. They are directly lying to you. How do I know that? Because the next thing I said to them is none of your links show a crowd on July 3rd or July 4th. Rather, they talk about the event and they have images from New Year's Eve, which had 100,000 people. So you can't tell me looking at the images, well, there's only 2,000 to 5,000 people when it's an image of New Year's Eve in 2026 and there were 100,000 people there. You can't lie to me this way. You're showing me New Year's Eve with 100,000 people and saying it's 2,000 because it's the 250th birthday. This is the substantial bedrock of lies that are built in, and they're meant to make your kids, people who have been trained not to question anything, to just accept the answer from technology point blank. They are lying to them because they don't count on them checking, as I just did, and said I asked for clear, credible sources that do not have to be the mainstream news media that show actual images of July 3rd and July 4th. The first thing that ChatGPT said, you are correct. It lied. I appreciate you pointing out ChatGPT checked again specifically for actual photographs or video of July 3rd and 4th, not preview stories. And it did not find a clear, credible source that published a wide angle or aerial image of the message. How can you tell me there's 2,000 to 5,000 people there and you're going to tell me it's because of ABC, Fox News, CBS? You're going to tell me this, 2,000 to 5,000 people, and you lied. There isn't any, and then you go on to tell me there is no actual evidence because they don't want you to know Americans love America. They don't want you to see that Americans love America more than we love Zoran Mandami or socialism or communism. That Americans are still traditional center-right, not the far left. That it has nothing to do with Donald Trump, because their answer is Donald Trump, orange man, bad for everything. And that is not the answer to, do Americans love America on the 250th birthday? That's not the truth. They are trying to cover this up. They're trying to blindside you. They're trying to make you believe something that isn't true. And the evidence is directly from ChatGPT. It was built and designed to lie to your face. And it counts on the fact you will not check. You will not double check and question anything that it says. And I did. And then I asked it, and it confirmed. Once I pointed out the lie, it told me the truth. So they have no idea. I asked it to try and find, I asked it to go, okay, look for the Getty images or AP, Earth Cam, anything from social media. Find me any other source besides ABC, CBS, NBC, the mainstream news media that covered this up, that hid the truth from the American people because of politics, because it would otherwise make Donald Trump look strong, look like he has American support, that the American people believe in America for the 250th birthday and beyond. They wanted to hide that from you. It's political. And so I asked them to check, and they actually found the two pictures I showed you just before. And now they say, well, because of those two pictures, well, there's only 8,000 people. Most probably 5,000, somewhere around 8,000, because when it looked at this image that I'm showing you right now, it looked at this image and said, that's the only people who showed up. Wait a minute. You didn't have any sources, and you said it was the same number of people. When ChatGPT had no evidence whatsoever, and the only thing it had to go on was how many people showed up for New Year's Eve, it said 2,000 to 8,000. Now it's saying 3,000 to 8,000 people, probably 5,000, based on one picture? Are you kidding me? It's lying to your face. And the reason why it's lying to your face is because it doesn't want you to it wants you to think orange man bad, America bad, no one loves America, America has to change. That's what the message is. It's subliminal, it's political, it is in your face, but it's in different words. And I refute that. I am, without question, I can't wait until someone has an aerial photo. I am willing to bet that there were somewhere closer to 50,000 to 100,000 people for America's 250th birthday to watch the ball drop. I am sure that this estimate of 5,000 people is absolute garbage, political crap created just to make you think that no one believes in America anymore, when everyone still does. That's what I believe about that. I don't know. Maybe you think I'm wrong. I'll let you see the links afterwards. Again, I'm showing you the link from ChatGPT, and this is how it is trying to gaslight people. I am showing you this. But let me see. Let me see the comments here. Yes, Bronner, you should see my July 3rd live stream. It was pretty good, I thought. Let's see. I got a question here. Does freedom mean perfect? No. No, not at all. Freedom means you can screw up. Freedom to choose is freedom to fail. You have freedom to succeed and you have freedom to fail. And the reason why communism doesn't make that the reason why communism and socialism guarantee success is because you have no freedom for anything. You're only allowed to do what the government allows you to do, which is why they know that you will succeed, because it's already been preordained. It has already been rigged. It has already been set up. You can't fail because you have no choice. You never had a choice in a communist or socialist system. So of course you're going to win because that's the only thing you can do, because that's the only option that exists. Every other option has been removed because you have no freedom. Freedom means failure, and it means success. It is a choice. It is opportunity. So, and if that opportunity is failure and or success, and it's all dependent on you and how you do that, yeah, it's not perfect. It's never been perfect. It never will be perfect. Let's see. Oh, Hal joined us. Hal's like, I tuned in the right time. Yes, I think you did. Hey, Hal, good to see you. Hope you had a good 4th of July. But I truly believe that I am correct here in my assessment. They want to diminish and to discredit America's 250th birthday. That's why they're attacking Donald Trump for saying the truth to the American people in his speech. You may not have liked it, especially those on the left, but it's true. And when he spoke about communism and its failures and socialism and its failures, well, the people on the left, they hate that, but he wasn't wrong. He wasn't lying about that. When he talked about the exceptionalism of America that has led the world into the most prosperous time in the history of mankind. If you're gay, you're a woman, any person from anywhere in the world, it has never been better than right now. That is a fact. You can't go to any other country and live better than you're able to live here in the United States. Can't be done. You're not going to have the same freedoms. You don't have the same opportunities. You don't have the same comfort levels. You can't get it all. You can't. It doesn't exist anywhere else in the world. So they have to diminish this somehow. They have to make it, he's destroying the worldview being pushed by Daraliza Chevalier, by the communist Zoran Mandami, AOC, Ilhan Omar. They have to do something to knock down this image of America. They have to destroy that somehow. And they've been trying their damnedest for well over 2 decades now, trying to make you believe America isn't as great as it is. And again, I will say, the proof, one of the proofs that America is so great is that 50 million people came to this country to live as a criminal in the shadows rather than live in their home country. They did that because America is great. The opportunity in America as a criminal in the shadows is better than living as a citizen in full daylight, living legally in their home country. It is better to be a criminal in America. It just is. That's how great America is. But they don't want you to think about that. So they have to diminish it. They have to mischaracterize it. They have to mischaracterize you. They have to diminish you. They have to destroy your credibility, your character, to push their propaganda. And they hope that you never think about it. You never stop. You never analyze any of this like I have just presented to you with the help of ChatGPT, that you never notice the lie that's being told to your face. They hope you're never going to stop and actually think for a second so that they can get power. Because if you think America is failing and they're promising they're going to fix it when they're the ones who are breaking it, and they're the ones who are ignoring and glossing over the fact that America is a great success, well, then they're going to be the ones that benefit, not you. What is that? Criminals in America have opportunity. One became president because the left rigged the trial. Yeah. But you know what? Let me think about this for a second, Hal. Yeah. So you want to say criminals in America have opportunity. They do. They absolutely do on so many different levels. Again, that's why we have 50 million illegal aliens that are in America right now. But let's go down the road you've just presented. Yeah. President Trump is a convicted criminal. Okay. Yes, he is. Fair enough. Federal. Gotcha. And 77 million people picked the convicted criminal who has been attacked for over a decade, who has been called every type of fascist and negative you could possibly imagine for over a decade, every day for a decade, and the American people picked him anyway. Tells you how good the left is, huh? That socialism, that communism, that the Democrats, it tells you how good they are and what they're offering when everyone picked Donald Trump. Remember, we went from Obama and said, nope, that's wrong. So let's get rid of this democratic free-for-all for the illegal aliens. Let's stop trying to give away America and apologize for America. And we picked up Donald Trump in 2016. We went through 4 years with Donald Trump, and the Democrats promised us every single day, Donald Trump's the devil. He is evil. He is horrible. It can be so much better, we promise. And things were pretty good with Donald Trump. And they're like, no, but we can do better. It can be even better than that. You just don't understand how great it will be as long as you picked Democrats. So we picked Joe Biden, who has history behind him, had a history, had credibility, supposedly. He said he was capable of doing the job. And we picked his DEI hire, which was Kamala Harris, because she's a woman and she's a woman of color. Ooh, good. See, virtue signal. We get to pick someone who promised to be even better than Donald Trump was, and he was good. He actually did things that he promised to do. The economy was even better than under Obama, and Obama said that was impossible, and yet it happened. So Joe Biden, he even has even more experience. He's a real politician. He must be able to do it, and we'll accept the DEI hire of Kamala Harris, because who cares? It's vice president. They mean nothing anyway for the most part. So fine. And we found out the truth. Democrats had no plan whatsoever. Their attempts to do anything and everything was win the next election, and nothing else mattered. They just wanted power for power's sake, and they failed. And everything that we had gotten under Donald Trump, we lost under Joe Biden. And so the American people were faced with the next question. Well, we can go with Joe Biden again, which, no, that wasn't going to work. He was a doddering fool who knew nothing. Or we can go with his DEI hire, which we didn't want in the first place. Even the Democrats didn't want her. That's why she never made it over 5% in the Democratic primaries. No one wanted her. She was miserable. So we had the choice of that and the failed policies that we got to see for 4 years in a row that did not work for anyone. Or we go back to Donald Trump, who you can say a lot, but he loves America. You can say a lot. You don't have to like him. You can say a lot against him. He loves America. And 77 million people said, no, you know what? I'm going to go with Donald Trump. But he's a criminal. Going with Trump. He's a womanizer. Going with Trump. He cheats on his taxes. He steals money, blah, blah, blah. Every unfounded, every negative thing you could possibly imagine, no matter how loose and tangential its connection to reality was, they put it out there, said it was true as rain. And the American people absorbed all of that for a decade and said, yeah, and I'll still take Donald Trump. Says a lot. It says a lot there. Just saying how. All right, let's see. Bronner says, speaking of criminals, Obama won the Nobel Peace Prize before becoming president. Yeah, he won the Peace Prize because he was going to end wars. And then he started bombing countries with drones. Yeah, that was kind of funny. Then once elected, spent every single day for 8 years straight bombing the hell out of 7 different countries. Yeah, that's true. There is that. But Obama never did anything wrong. According to Obama, and according to the news media that love and drool at Obama just being in front of them, Barack Obama had no problems. There were no There were no protests under Barack Obama. There were no scandals under Barack Obama. I know there was Lois Lerner and the IRS. I know there was the VA. That was another big one. Didn't happen. Didn't happen. Whitewash that, scrub that from history. Didn't happen because Obama was a black man. And, that's it. He's a black man. He was president. He's black. It had to be perfect. Except it wasn't. Not even close. But I wanted to highlight for you guys the way that they will lie to you, to your face. I'll show you another example of the way they manipulate the living hell out of you, and it doesn't make any sense. Here's an image. This is going around the internet right now. There's this image right here. This is in the DC metro system. There is this one black woman who's sitting here by herself, and there's all these guys who are going to a protest. Now, you don't have to agree or disagree with the organization that they're supporting and they're going out to protest. And you can think, some people think they're feds, people think they're real, some people think they're the new version of the KKK. Probably all and none of that is true, but all the same. So all these guys are here. They're all in masks. They're all in their little uniform, and they're going out to go protest. And most of the left will tell you that they're all racist because they're going to protest for the right. They're supporting Donald Trump. They're supporting Republicans and conservatives, America First and MAGA, and they're racist because they're white men. These are all white men, so they are obviously racist Nazis. Have to be. These are the biggest racist Nazis that you could possibly imagine because they're white men and they're conservative. So obviously evil, right? And this woman's sitting here and they're showing this picture. And the left wants you to look at that picture and think this is evil. Oh my God, this one black woman. By the way, look at her. Does she look like she's terrified? Does she look like she's scared? Does she look like she's in danger? She looks like she's curious, trying to figure out what the hell's going on. Why is everyone in the same uniform? She's not in danger. No one's bothering her. No one is threatening her. No one got in her way. No one sexually assaulted her. No one physically assaulted her. No one verbally assaulted her. And I get what the image is supposed to make you think. I understand. I'm black. So it's supposed to make me think of the 1970s when I was growing up, the 1960s, the 1950s, to make it think if I was ever surrounded, and I have been surrounded by a bunch of white conservative individuals, well, then I'm in trouble. Except since the 1990s, that's not really true. And in fact, even in the 70s, it wasn't exactly true. But they want you to think, oh my God, this is a Klan meeting. She's in danger. She's so terrified. She doesn't look terrified. She doesn't look like she's in danger. The person who took this photo was right there with her. And I guarantee you, if they're taking the one photo of her like that, just looking out, if anyone spoke to the woman, if anyone touched her in any way, shape, or form, even if they just fell over and landed on her, this guy was taking more video and more pictures, and they would have sent it to you. This is the worst image that he had of these guys in the DC Metro and that one black woman sitting there. Mind you, they don't show you what's going on the whole rest of the train. This is the only image. The other half of the train could be filled with, I don't know, Puerto Ricans, Cubans, could be a bunch of people from Japan for the World Cup. Could have been, who knows who's on the other side. They're not showing us that because it might be literally a bunch of black women over there. It could have been a bunch of Korean women over there. Who knows? But they won't show you that because they have a message they're trying to push. But the message I'm getting is America has improved so much that in the 1950s, this would have been a problem. In 2026, there is no problem. This is showing how great America is. This is showing how much America has improved. This is showing us how America doesn't care about race or gender. Yes, some individuals do. I'm not saying that there's no racism in the world. There's no prejudice in the world. Of course there is. In every country, in every corner of the world, it is a part of humanity. That is true. We'll not deny that. But overwhelmingly, there's not a problem. This isn't a big deal, but they want you to believe it. They're fighting so hard. Here we go. This is Melanie Diargio, and she's with New York City Health Campaign. Campaign for New York Health, a leftist organization. She's the VP of Legis New York National Organization for Women, LGBTQ, nonprofit founder. She's on Blue Sky. She's on Threads. She's on Instagram. She is left, blue, socialist, progressive, hardcore. Thank you, Melanie, for giving me this image. And she goes, and I want you to see her words here, because she's trying hard to make you believe something is happening here, that something negative, something racist, something dangerous has happened. And she says, I feel like the photo of this Black woman surrounded by dozens of masked anonymous white nationalists is going to be a defining picture of this moment in America for a long time. Why? Why, Melanie? Is the woman being hurt, assaulted, threatened? Is anyone trying to take away her rights? She is by herself. She is defenseless. She is outnumbered, outrageously outnumbered and surrounded. She got off that train with no problem. Not one person stopped her. Not one person bumped into her. And at this moment, no one called her a single name. No one gave a damn. The white nationalists, as she liked to say, went out to celebrate their First Amendment right to protest. And they did, peacefully. There was no arson. No buildings got broken. No one got attacked. It was peaceful. So who cares? Americans have the right to assemble and to protest. I don't stop anyone from that. They didn't commit an arson. Well, that puts them above BLM and Antifa right there. There was no buildings being broken into, no graffiti. There was no broken windows. People weren't being attacked for eating dinner. That makes them better than progressive leaders of tomorrow, Indivisible New York. It makes them better than BLM and Antifa. Most of the leftist organizations can't promise that when they have a rally that everyone's going to walk out peacefully, because it doesn't happen. This young woman is perfectly safe. No one touched her. No one cared. Why is this the image? It'll define, it should. You know what? It should. I agree with you, Melanie. This should define a moment in America that your race doesn't matter. Your gender doesn't matter. No one cares. The only people who care about this woman being Black on this metro train are the left, because they're trying to gin up and create a problem where one doesn't exist. They're trying to demonize everyone at the cost of this woman. They're using her in a way that the men on this train aren't. The men aren't trying to use her. But Melanie and the leftist organization she represents, they are. They are using her against her will to send a message that isn't true. Think about that, folks. Now it goes on. Here's an image, and let me make this fit a little bit better. Do you remember this? Hey, Melanie, the people on the left, do you remember this? The image on the top is racism. That guy in the red, a Black man, a crazed individual stood up and stabbed this woman 15 times in the neck, killed her dead because she's white, and said so. Told everyone on the bus, everyone on the metro. He killed her because she was white. She escaped from the Ukraine to escape a war. She was a refugee. She's coming home from her job. She's in her 20s. Young girl. Tiny. Barely weighed 100 pounds. He stabbed her in the neck because she was white. That is racism. And the left doesn't want to talk about that. They ignored that story. That story disappeared from the news in 3 days. In 3 days, it was dead. Not one national news service was talking about this, especially on the left. They glossed it all over. Want you to forget that it ever happened. Irina is her name. That's her first name. Irina. Dead. Because she was white. And the black guy didn't like her. The image on the bottom. That black woman is perfectly fine. No one touched her. No one bothered her. No one spoke to her. She's going on about her life, doing her own damn thing. Those men went out. They protested. They went home. Nothing got broken. No one got hurt. Nothing got damaged. How is the bottom one racist in any way, shape, or form? How the bottom one is dangerous in any way, shape, or form, and the one on the top is just life in general. It's just normal. Ooh, that happened. Oh, I can't imagine how that. You can't call that racist. I'm the bad guy for mentioning that the black man who stabbed the woman in the neck because of the color of her skin, because I point out that that is racism. I'm the bad guy. I point out that the black woman is going on about her life and has never been touched, injured, or damaged in any way, shape, or form, nor was anyone at the event that happened immediately afterwards. And I am again the bad guy because I'm pointing out the truth. That's the biggest problem America has to face with right now. This is lying to your face, lying in your face. They're trying to push a propaganda that they are willing to lie to you about. They will make up stories. They will use anyone to push this agenda. Melanie wants you to be terrified of the bottom image, not the top one. Melanie wants you to think the danger are in that group of white men who don't care. Didn't care about that black woman. Didn't bother her. But she wants you to forget about the danger of that crazed black guy who stabbed a woman to death because of the color of her skin. That's terrifying to me. Am I wrong? Have I said anything untrue in that section there? And talking about the images of what's going on in what happened at Times Square, and what I'm talking about with Chat GPT, and what I'm talking about with what happened with the DC protests. Am I wrong? Did anything I say untrue? Let's see what the comments have to say. Let me see. There we go. So we've got Bronner says, I'm calling bull on the picture alone. Been in Virginia all my life and have never been on the DC Metro subway with only one black person. Again, I said the picture has been doctored. That's why it seems like it's been cut off, because I think they had a full image which would have shown an entire train with black people on the other side. To the left of that mob of men, to the left would have been everyone else, and they didn't want to show that because that doesn't push the message that they're trying to show. I know it's like being in New York City. If you take the New York City subway, you will never find a subway car filled with nothing but white people. I don't care what time of day or night it is. I've been riding the New York subway system since I was 14 years old. So we're talking 40 years, over 40 years of being on New York subways. And I have never anywhere in New York City been on a train that is filled with only white people at any time of day or night, no matter what train that you happen to be on. Doesn't happen. I don't think DC has it either, especially when the population in DC is so high. There's such a high black population and also within the surrounding area. I don't think that's real. It was doctored. But again, they did it to take advantage of you, to manipulate your emotions, to try, and they're using that black woman and creating a scenario that didn't exist. So I agree with you. Joel is with us. Hey, Joel. Joel's here and he says, I've seen several news agencies posting the story of the white nationalists, white supremacists, or whatever they are, trying to narrate. Must be some Southern Poverty Law Center project. Well, guess what? No matter what they were peaceful. They destroyed nothing. They caused no event. They protested. That's their right. Even if you want to say, even though you can't prove it, even if you want to say that they're all white nationalists racist, you can't prove that. But even if they were, there's nothing illegal about that. It's not a crime. They didn't hurt anyone. They didn't break any laws. What's the problem? They don't like the way they look. At the end of the day, when you really stop and think about it, so even if you say, well, yes, Mike, that black woman, absolutely safe, not a problem, that's just stupid. Okay, but those are bad people. Why? You don't like the way they look. Why? Why don't you like the way they look? Is it because of the fact that you don't like khaki jeans? No, khaki jeans are fine. Everyone wears khaki jeans. Is it because they're wearing a blue short sleeved shirt? Well, no, everyone can wear that. That's just a piece of clothing. What's the matter with that? So if it's just a piece of clothing, you don't care about the hat or the mask, right? And matter of fact, the mask, the left are the people who believe in masks. So you can't be upset about the mask. Well, no, but I should see their face. Why? What if they all believe in COVID? But you can't wear the mask because COVID isn't a thing. But wait a minute, your thing was COVID is a thing. So they wear the mask. And that protects people from COVID. That's what you say about the BLM. That's what you say about Antifa. But okay, so let's get past the mask. So it's not the mask that's the problem either. So the only thing I'm left with is, well, they're white. So you're angry because a bunch of white men who may have politics that are different than yours, you don't like them. That's called prejudice. That's what it is. But you're not supposed to stop and break it down. You're not supposed to think about it. You're supposed to go, ooh, that's a scary picture. And the people on the left-leaning news said, I don't like them. And you're supposed to nod your head and go, yeah, I don't like them either. They're just bad people. Why? Did you bother to ask why? Oh, because we don't agree with the way they think. Well, that's your problem. They can think any way they want to. That's their right. It's America. Did they break a law? No. Did they harm anyone? No. Did they threaten to harm anyone? No. Okay, what's the problem? I don't care. What's the issue here? Oh, but you're supposed to not like them. Why? Well, because the left doesn't like them. Screw the left. I don't agree with the left. But they're left, Mike. But it's the news media. You have to agree with them. I'm a member of the press. Yeah, but Mike, you're black. Uh-huh. And you're a Republican. Oh, okay. So what's that got to do with a damn thing? It's just annoying. That just annoys the hell out of me, folks. You can't imagine. A lot of the guys are saying that this feels like the SPLC. Back at it again. How many millions of dollars did they spend to try and promote and spin racism again? And let's see, the SPLC are Democrats. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. Let me see. Bronner says, the arena story made me sick. It should make everyone sick. That's true. It should have made everyone sick what happened to Arena. If I remember correctly, everyone else on that car just watched and did nothing to help her. That's true. No one stopped him as he stabbed her, as I recall, 15 times in the neck. 15 times in the neck. Not one person said anything. They did not say a single word. They did not go over to help that girl. She died by herself on that bus. Just died. It was sad. It was sad, assuming it was a subway car. But she died alone. And people were staring right at her. It was sick. It was such a sad story. The picture was doctored. Well, I think the picture, I do think, even if the picture isn't doctored, even if that's the way they took it, which, okay, I understand. Your picture's only so wide, although I think it's more than wide enough to get the entire car. But let's say that for some reason, however, the picture was only able to get that. Doesn't mean there isn't there's a whole other end of that car that we know nothing about, which probability, the law of probability says there were a bunch of other black and other people on that car besides just those guys. It is almost impossible. It is improbable to say that it was nothing but those guys. That's just a fact. Yes, even after the stabbing, they just watched her bleed to death. That's true. And that's the sad part of it. But I'm supposed to think that that one black girl sitting in that car was more dangerous, more deadly, more evil because it was a black girl sitting there and white men were sounding around her. And that's supposed to be more indicative of America falling apart, the evil of Donald Trump and Republicans and MAGA. That is a message of evil more than the white woman being stabbed to death. Why? Why? How do you get to that conclusion? I ask the people on the left, and I ask again and again, how do you make that conclusion? How can you make that reality? We saw Melanie, she's saying, oh my God, we've got to immortalize this image. It's so expressive to tell you about how evil the right is when no one got hurt before, during, or after that event, and also the protests. No one got hurt. Nothing, no laws were broken. And she's saying that's just a moment of immortal evil. How? When we have so many examples of leftist, socialist evil in the world. I don't get it. I don't get it. It doesn't make sense to me. And in fact, I don't think this makes sense to a lot of people because when we look around right now, Chicago, Illinois, is a hotbed of progressive politics, has been for over 100 years. Democrats have controlled Chicago for over 100 years. And Illinois, pretty much the same thing, have had almost complete control of Illinois, but definitely Chicago for about 100 years. And it's corrupt as hell. And now they're pushing the progressive thing. And they have one of the worst mayors in the history of Chicago, if not the country, Brandon Johnson. Horrible, horrible. Can you believe he's even worse than Lori Lightfoot? She was terrible, and he's even worse. And he's less liked than Lori Lightfoot. And she was already only at about 20%. I mean, these are the bottom of the barrel, these guys. And because of the corruption, because of the failure for a century in Chicago, there are people who are now saying they want to secede. They want to split Illinois. They want to break the state. They want to chop off Chicago because it's just too damn corrupt, because it's too damn Democrat. And the rest of the state is too damn Democrat, and they want to break the state up and split it. That tells you how badly Democrats are doing. And I'm hearing from ABC, CBS, NBC, CNN, MS Now. They're trying to tell you how Democrats are doing so great and everyone loves them. And Zora Mandami and the Democratic Socialists of America are taking over. And people are seeing it. They're right. They are taking over. And everyone is running. They are trying to isolate them. They don't want it. You can tell me that Chicago is becoming more and more progressive by the day, and the rest of the state is trying to get away from that. They're trying to isolate themselves. They want to break the state to get rid of Chicago, to get away from the progressives because they disagree. And they're not the only ones that are having this kind of situation happen right now. Because remember, there are people who've been trying to do that with New York State. People want to break either They want to break New York into 2 or 3 different states. The most common thing is 2 states, where there's upstate New York and then there's New York City. And they want to split the two. You can have New York City, the couple of suburbs around it, Long Island, take it, and the rest is upstate New York. Because it's night and day, the difference between the two. And they just want to split it. Why? New York's progressive. New York is the Democratic Socialists of America. Democratic Socialists of America aren't in, Green, New York. They're not there. Cortland, New York isn't the DSA. It's not a stronghold. They have no power there. But they control New York. And they're growing. We just saw Daraliza Chevalier. She's going to be running for the New York 13th district. She's probably going to win that. She's straight up communist. Absolute, total communist. She wants to destroy the police. She wants to destroy prisons. She wants to destroy the Constitution. You can't get more psychotic and crazed than that. And she's going to get in. 21% of the Democratic Party is socialist. And soon it'll be 51%. That's the next leap forward. And they think they can take over. This is a problem for America. What is that? Joel says, this is the sort of discussion that had someone call. So this is why people call me a white supremacist. Yeah. It is, actually. It's actually funny. People who don't know, I regularly get called a white supremacist. When I run for elected office as both a congressman and also running for county legislature, as well as just on X, on YouTube, on Facebook, a lot of my postings, I get told on a regular basis, people go, well, you're just a racist. You are a white fascist. You're a white nationalist. You're a Nazi. I'm like, did you see my bio? Did you see my picture in my bio? I have well over 3,000 videos, and I have well over 2,500 articles I have written in the last 20 years. Videos that I've done in the last 20 years. We're talking about well over 7,000 hours of content. 7,000 hours of content. Did you bother paying attention to any of it? Any of it at all before you decided to say I'm a white supremacist? No? Then shut up. If you did, please point out the line in the last 7,000 hours of content I have provided. At the minimum, find one line of where I am a white supremacist. Find the moment where I'm supporting white supremacy or anything of that nature. Please. It's not like I'm a private person. I'm a public personality. I've been on WTQ, WNBF. I've been on TV stations. I've been at colleges making speeches. I'm up on YouTube, on Rumble, on Facebook. I've been public for well over 20 years about my political opinions. I have answered questions from people of every political party. So you should have no problem identifying anytime, even once, where I've been a white supremacist. Please find it. Show it to me. I dare you. But they don't care. See, it's not about the proof. It's about what they want when they say things like that. They say this to me. They say it to Larry Sharp. They say it to a lot of people. Larry Elder, they've done this too. Where, remember, Larry Elder, according to the LA Times, Larry Elder is the face of white supremacy. That was a headline on the LA Times. The headline. I think this was 2020? Might have been 2020, 2019, 2020. The headline on the LA Times, Larry Elder is the face of white supremacy. Larry Elder is darker than me and or Larry Sharp. You got to be kidding me. Really? Because you can't be black or Hispanic and not be a leftist. You have to be. Otherwise, their worldview breaks. Something destroys. You destroy their worldview when you go, no, I'm not, and I have reasons. Well, you're just a parrot. No, actually, I have reasons. You notice I do this show every week. This is 9 years that I do this. Holiday or no, I do this. I have no script. I just show you the news and I tell you about it, and we have these conversations, and it's all unscripted. I answer your questions directly. It's unscripted. And I can do that. I can explain my reasoning. Now, that doesn't mean that you will always agree with me. It doesn't mean that I'm absolutely right on everything I've ever said. I'm not going to even pretend that. But what I will say is, you can't tell me that I'm a parrot. You can't say, well, you're just spitting out bullet points. You're stupid. You're stupid if you say that. You haven't paid attention. You don't know what's going on. You haven't heard a word I've said, because that's just not applicable. But they say these things because it's meant to make people go and dismiss. Oh, well, I don't have to listen. This person who's a Democrat said that, Mike, he's not a Democrat, and therefore he's a racist, so I don't have to listen to him. So they just don't listen. Why do they do that? Because they're afraid if they actually listen to me, they won't agree with everything I say, but they'll agree with enough. And then they'll say, gee, if Mike's right, even enough, not 100%, maybe 50% of the time, maybe it's 40%, don't know. They'll go, well, maybe this time I'll vote Republican. Maybe this time I'll vote third party, like a libertarian, like Larry Sharpe. Maybe this time I won't donate money to the Democrats. Maybe this time they're not right. And that is what the left is terrified of. How dare you potentially break their worldview? How dare you stop someone from being progressive and moving eternally left? And that's what they fear. That's why they hate me. That's why they try to disgrace me, discredit me, try to insult me. It doesn't apply. It doesn't work. But they're not getting to me. They're going after everyone else. They're trying to make everyone else think that, not me. All right. If you may have heard, folks, there's some fireworks going off. My dog's freaking out a little bit. Yeah. Matter of fact, let me stop here for a moment. And I see what you're saying, Bronner, but I'm going to take a break because I just want to check on my dog, because fireworks, you probably heard it in the show. You could hear it. It was pretty close by. So I am going to play, well, I've been talking about my good friend Larry Sharpe. Let me play this one video where I was with Larry Sharpe and a couple of other people in a panel discussion. And I'll be back in, it's 6 o'clock. Let's say 6:30. Okay. All right, folks. Give me 1 second.
Oh, welcome to the Sharpe Club. Yes, it is a Sharpe Club. It has returned. Some of you really wanted to bring it back, and it's been a lot of months, and I have brought it back. Mike Voss was mad at me. He yells at me all the time, and I said, okay, fine, I'll bring it back. Fine. He's always yelling at me. So I got him to stop yelling at me. I brought back the Sharpe Club, and it is a little bit past 8 p.m. on the East Coast. I know you're saying, Larry, you're the 7 p.m. guy. It's true. But when I do this, I don't know what time people are going to be on when I do a Sharpe Club, so I got to push it back a little bit in case people are like on the West Coast or someplace else. And of course, this time there are people who are not all on the East Coast, which is the only real coast. But that's fine. I'm not going to be mad at you people who aren't, even though I am better. I'm not. It's fine. I'm just kidding. Anyway, the point being, I'm very happy that you were all with me this evening, and it should be a very fun show. I have with me today, and obviously a great topic, and I have with me today my star-studded panel, people who I'm very happy to have. He is my brother from Chicago, the man who met the legend, the man from Hard Lens Media, Kit Cabello. How are you, sir?
Cheers and salutations. Good to be here. I think originally when you sent me the invite, we were going to talk about something completely different, and unfortunately, fate decided to give us something else, unfortunately.
We can pop in whatever you want. This is Shop Club. Throw in whatever you want, brother. All good. All good. As long as we're not talking about how my pizza is better than your pizza in New York to Chicago, as long as we're not talking about that, it's fine. That's all I care about. That's all.
Not Chicago style #1.
And someone who has one of my favorite, I guess, former activists, kind of activists, could be activists. I haven't had her on my show for like over a year now. It's been forever. It is the one and only that Liberty Chick. How are you? AKA Kalina George. I can't hear you.
You might be
Sorry,
muted.
I muted it. I have to say, I'm happy you invited me back because I remember the first time that I ever came on, I was an hour late because I messed up the East Coast time. So
Yes.
I'm happy to be
Absolutely.
back. I watch the show all the time. I think it's awesome what you do. So appreciate being on here.
Thank you, of course.
And meeting
our
everyone.
Our returning champion, the man who you guys always try to get on. He is the one who does his own 17-hour show every Sunday, or 19 hours, whatever the hell. He talks forever. Whatever. That guy who keeps going, the man, the myth, the legend, Michael Voss. How are you, sir?
Hey, everybody. Oh, my God. Yeah. Just because I do like a 5, 6, 7 hour show, 8-hour show,
I
sometimes,
salute that.
it's not that bad.
Yes. Whatever. It's the same, but it's 9 hours, whatever. I can't match it, bro. I don't even try. I'm happy to do like 2, and I'm good. I'm totally blown away. So, yes. But here's what I want to bring up, guys. Anyone who wants to follow them, you can see all their YouTube channels are in the description. Plus, if you want to, you can check them on X, which I put right here. If you can follow Mike at MB Consult, Kit at Kit Cabello, and you can find the Liberty Chick at X Liberty Chick on X. So either if you want to check them out on YouTube or on X, please go ahead. The piece I want to bring up here, which I think is obvious, with the recent violence that we've had this last week, with the recent scare tactics that have been all over, are we becoming more and more radical? And I say that because not just the violence is one piece, but in the past, I think most of us would agree, when something violent happens, very often, at least I remember when I was growing up at least, that the violence would then bring us together. We'd be like, okay, we've gone too far, right? Let's bring us back together, that kind of thing. But I feel like this time with Charlie Kirk, with the woman on the train,
Yeah.
I feel like it was almost like, nah, good, whatever. Like it didn't bring us together. If anything, it kind of pulled us further apart. Am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong. If I may, I'd like to shoot first
Please.
on this. First of all, when that incident took place, was the young woman being murdered on the train in Charlotte. I mean, looking
Yep.
at the fear in her eyes, I mean, she already knew that it was done and over, and there she did. She died alone in the bottom of this, public transportation vehicle, which is absolutely sad and depressing. And then with Charlie Kirk, I did an afternoon live stream show because, there was a lot of construction outside next door and my internet was down. So I decided to do a live stream and everything seemed nice. It was a beautiful day. And then one of my viewers said, hey, Charlie Kirk's been shot. And I thought I was being pranked. And then, no. And then came the fallout. Are we more divided? I would say yes, with the aftermath of what we saw from 2016. The cancel culture, the woke involvement, the immediate censorship and suppression that we're seeing online.
Yep.
The divisiveness in Washington, D.C., because our politicians aren't going to do us any favors. And, of course, we have corporate media where one dumb idiot said somebody was shooting their gun off to salute Charlie, which is the dumbest I've ever heard in my entire time covering online news and politics. Yeah, we're divided, and good luck in trying to reunite us. I mean, I'm trying to do best I can as, hey, let's be peaceable here, let's be nice, but you have vigils for Charlie Kirk being agitated, but in my opinion, maybe by paid agitators to cause people to get angry. Because again, everyone that's holding a vigil or counter protest, you have to realize if you're going to be goaded into a fight, you might be being tricked into something. But everything online now, we are so consumed by it 24/7 that it is involved and invaded real life. So yeah, we are divided. Yes, we are at each other's throats.
Let me go one step further here.
And the murder of Charlie Kirk, just here's the thing. It was so visceral. It was so brutal. And then when you see what this one person did, he revealed that there's a lot of sick people out there jumping up and down, dancing for joy. And yes, you do see people on the right as well saying, oh, well, we can't talk as well. Well, then, my goodness, this is a powder keg that's going to blow. It's a slow fuse, but the fuse has been lit. And now, how do we reverse it without it getting worse? And I fear that it will get progressively worse.
Mike, go ahead. You want to say something?
Yeah, okay, because that's a lot, and you're right, and I agree with you, and yes, Irina Zaruska. Yes, that's right. Sorry, my Russian's a little rusty right now. That would have been the big story, and it's a sad story.
Mm-hmm.
But all of these stories are all indications of the same thing. They're all symptoms of the same problem. Our society is breaking down. We're being divided and pushed into checkbox categories, whether we want to or not. And this is going back, for me, I most recognized it under 2008 when Obama said, I want to transform America, and never explained what he wanted to transform it into.
Right.
Well, this is the result. We have been transforming far faster, far harder. You can say it's been happening since the 60s, since the 50s. You can say that.
Mm-hmm.
But I think this is the modern push. And the problem is it's happening so fast. Our kids are being so indoctrinated. We don't have a chance to absorb it all and to respond, just like this week.
So much hit us.
It's too much all at once. And
so much hit us.
How do we respond?
So I want to go one step further with this, though, right? You've been at a valid point. Now we're getting to a point where I have to pick a side or I'm a bad guy. So I kind of understand. Not validating. I'm explaining why so many people who, once one of their friend group or community goes, so happy they got him or whatever they say, I get why the rest jump on board. Because if they don't, oh, see, you're one of them, right? If you're not with us, you're against us. There can be no middle ground, right? Now, I've heard the right do the same thing. I've heard people on the right say things like, let's calm down. And people on the right go, no, time for talk is over, right? They got rid of the guy who talks. Time for talk is over. I've seen both of them happen. That's why I feel like it's going further. Right?
Well, here's the thing. Like, let's be clear. However, I have my differences with Charlie Kirk, and may he rest in peace. But he's quoted as saying, "I'd rather sit down and talk to people." Well, yeah, what this moron did, who shot Charlie Kirk, you got rid of the guy who would talk. You got rid of one of the, it's not fair for me to say reasonable ones, but one of the people that will sit down and talk to you, maybe embarrass you in a debate, fine, whatever. But him being now removed from the equation.
Nick Fuentes still doing fine.
Yeah, but here's the thing.
Rowan.
Him being removed from the equation is a huge detriment now, because now there's the realization of, oh, well, you just can't sit down and talk anymore, which is one of the things that made our republic great, and that is people.
There was a rumor that back in the 60s, I don't know if it's true, but I've heard people say it, that MLK went to Lyndon Johnson and said, deal with me or you got to deal with Malcolm X. Which one do you want? And Lyndon Johnson was like, I'll take you. It's fine. I'll take you. Yeah, I've heard that. Yes,
I've heard that story too. But even then, here's the thing. Even Malcolm X that eventually had his turnaround to where he was seeing where MLK.
And that's when they got rid of him. When he was screaming and yelling about killing Whitey, he was fine. But the second he said we're all Muslims and we're all together, whatever, then they had to get rid of him.
After his trip from Mecca, after his education in Mecca, after his realization, he was like, okay, well, wait, maybe we're all in on this together. And you know what? What a better world that would be. But we're not in that world right now. We're in a world now where people are hypercharged because of this, our cell phone, what you see online.
Yeah.
I want to just say,
go ahead.
Sorry, I've been quiet. The dogs, if I quiet, I have to mute because my dogs keep barking at the neighbor dog. So I agree. I think the internet is a huge problem. I mean, it has its upside because it can connect us in so many ways. It has really, really good uses. But even in between events like this, there are people on the internet that are just sitting there kind of like churning the wheels of hate. A lot of these people are already primed to be very angry and very defensive no matter what happens. So it's almost like, like constant 24/7 year after year of just charging people, to be very like not just partisan, but like you said, like whatever group. We're divided on every line now. I think yesterday you talked about like the male female divide.
Yep.
So we have that. Families, we have race, we have politics, we have youth versus older people, and it's almost everything. So and people are just primed. They're ready to get mad. They're ready to, even families, like families, friends, people are ready to just cut off their family, cut off their friends.
Yes.
I hate that.
Yes, yeah, but it's just creating this culture of like, there's just almost no community for people left. And I think that that kind of, then it's like these online groups will kind of just swoop in and get people kind of on their side, radicalized, or just, kind of identifying with this, these movements.
Let me grab
or
a quick
the anger.
super chat here. A quick
Go
super
ahead.
chat. Dave says it right. Dave is right with you. He agrees. He goes, thank you for the 999, Dave. He says, social media has radicalized some people. It's easy to become radicalized on social media. Social media is an echo chamber. It's the algorithm, right? Gets everyone together, keeps it the same thing, right? The algorithm. Larry, I blame lack of hobbies. Social media and politics is the hobby. This part I want to bring up. This is what you're talking about, Clean. That's what you're talking about. The idea that so many people are spending their time doom scrolling instead of going out and playing baseball or going out and hanging out with their friends or even going to get drunk. I mean, whatever is the thing you used to do, right? Going to church, whatever was your thing. They're spending their time doom scrolling. And since it's called doom scrolling, because to your point, Kalina, it's negative, right? I'm watching bad things and I'm thinking the world's horrible because my algorithm and my people tell me it's bad. And here's the worst part. It's bad because the other. That's why it's bad. The other makes it bad. So we got to get rid of the other because they're the word I can't stand. They're dangerous.
Yeah, but there's something about that we have to understand. It's not the doom scroll. The problem with it is that it's all surface level. It's inconsequential. It's a headline with no context, no understanding, and no one. And we've taught generations now to not ask questions, not to look into the details, and instead accept it as it's been told to you. Comply, hold your head down, be quiet. And by the way, go over in your corner. That's for your people. And if you disagree, well, that's for your people, the other corner, and never mix, never have a conversation.
Right.
That's why people like Charlie Kirk and ourselves, everyone here on this panel and many other programs, we're important because we are having more than a surface level conversation. We are talking to people that don't always agree. Don't always see.
Yeah, but hold on. But Kit is a perfect example. You too, Mike, and me also, but Kit probably worse than most of us, being canceled for doing that. Now, obviously, they didn't come at us physically, but they came at our pocketbooks. They came at our wallets. They came at our social status, right? Do you remember how popular I was in 2019 after my run in 2018? I was super popular. And then all my social media, the second I talked about how lockdowns were bad, shut down overnight. They wrecked my entire career. Kit, how many times you been canceled? 8?
No, I'm the 9-time world heavyweight champion, everybody.
9 times. Yes, exactly.
I mean, come on. Like, some of the stuff I've been canceled for is some of the dumbest things ever. I mean, first of all, let's talk about my channel itself. I mean, currently I'm in this legal nightmare, which is the dumbest thing I've ever been a part of ever. I'd rather be back in Iraq than go through that. But then also the other 8 times, talking about Edward Snowden, Julian Assange, having conversations, saying, calling out the Democrats for their failures and saying that Jimmy Dore was right on an issue. And then talking about, how Joe Rogan was being smeared by CNN and YouTube says I was giving out medical information. And this other story, it's just like I was talking about adult videos, got to be careful with YouTube algorithm, right? Got to be careful now because we can't be adults
talk
here.
Baby talk.
And what YouTube said was I was showing adult material when I was reading articles from Vanity Fair, New York Times, and the Washington Post. I literally had to show them clips from Odyssey and Rumble saying, hey, YouTube, are you this stupid? Did anyone not look at this? And that's the problem. And then on top of that, you deal with the activist cancel culture, which I got to say, at this point, in Chicago, from my perspective, the activist labor group, the quote-unquote resistance that's right now touting a victory over Trump not coming to Chicago. No, he's going to come to Chicago eventually because if we continue on, I'll tell you why he'll come back. It leaves much to be desired for because now these are the same people who huddle up to the Democrats in City Hall. So, I've been canceled before. I remember I had a Trump supporter who used to troll my chat and eventually said, like, hey, how come these communists hate you? How come these other
So
people
yeah,
don't like you?
let me bring this piece up too, because what people don't know, people who watch the show often know, Kit, you lean left, you don't lean right.
Yeah.
And what everyone thinks is, well, they only crush the right. No, they crushed anybody who was not establishment. That's who they crushed. Now that was mostly right, because it was during the Obama and the Biden years. So that was mostly right. That's true, mostly right. But it was also people who lean left who were anti-establishment left. They got rid of them too. And libertarians who were anti-establishment. They got rid of all the anti-establishment more than anything.
It's anyone who isn't parroting the approved message.
Correct.
Look at we've heard from YouTube and Google. They've directly told us this. We've seen it in the mainstream. They've been saying, oh, no, we're going to reinforce and emphasize the approved message from a CNN, MS Now, those guys. We're going to push their messaging, even though it's been proven to be biased, even though it's been proven to very often be incorrect or made up. How many of their employees have been fired for plagiarism or just making up stories? Right. But they're going to push them, and they are trying to silence us because we're effective at saying there's more to it.
I've had people like way early on try and become armchair generals to hard lens media, telling me like, oh, you shouldn't interview this person, you shouldn't speak to this person, you shouldn't talk to. I mean, my favorite one was when I had one activist say, you need to interview more women on your show. I was like, well, actually, we did. We interviewed 5 libertarian candidates who were running in for Cook County Board, I think in 2018, or they're running for some state seat. And she's like, well, not those kind of women. I'm like,
not those women. No.
Like,
the right kind of women. Yes, exactly.
Yes, exactly. And
sorry, Kalina, you don't get interviewed. Sorry.
But see, that's the thing.
You don't get it.
You know, the internet, even then, like where we're at now, going back to your original point, are we at a point of no return? I want to sit here and give an argument saying, no, there's still hope. But where's my basis in facts? Because I can't back it up. There's too many people emotionally charged and angry after everything that happened since Wednesday. Everything that happened after Wednesday, all the cheers, and yes, even all the vitriol and madness. I can't just say, oh, we can all sit down and talk. I hope that there are people that are still willing to do that. But right now, the emotions are too high, and we are divided. And that's the worst thing for a country, a nation, an empire to be in right now.
True. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. It is a challenge. But before we go there, I do want to quickly grab I got a couple super chats I want to grab real fast if I could. Roger says, thank you for $2. Look forward to seeing you tomorrow in my hometown of Freeport. Yes, by the way, I will be traveling. Tomorrow. I will be out on. And by the way, Roger, you get to meet Mike. Mike will be with me tomorrow. So you get to meet Mike too. He'll be with me tomorrow. I usually go upstate very often, but I will be downstate tomorrow. For those of you who want to see me downstate, you can come see me if you want to. I will be in Queens. Hold on, I'll pop this up real fast so you guys can look at it if you want to. I will be in Queens at noon. I will be in Nassau County at 3. I will be in Suffolk County at 6. Those are 3 places. Check out any of my social media. Sunday, I will be on Staten Island at 10 a.m. and then in White Plains, Westchester at 2 p.m. So guys, please jump on board if you want to. Happy to see you. Also, Duke of Hex, $5. Thank you. Big Pharma wants to hide the fact that most people who commit these crimes are on some kind of psych meds. Won't be surprised if this kid was on them too. That's another big piece. Clearly, you're nodding your head. Go ahead.
Yeah, that was a question that I had because, as I mentioned prior to the show starting, I noticed that a lot of people are jumping straight to, he obviously got radicalized in college, but we don't really. That I've seen that on so it always weirds me out when I see so many people parroting the same line over and over and over. And I've seen that on every platform. But I hadn't seen anybody mention, was there a psychiatric issue, anything else really about him. I did see something saying that possibly he had only gone to the college that he had gotten the scholarship for 1 semester. So I don't know if anybody knows really even what he was doing in the past 4 years. But I always wonder about the psych med stuff. And I think that's why RFK is a super important part of this, because he's going to be looking into that. And to everyone's point prior, are we too far gone? If there is an element like that they can kind of, identify and start to change, then, I think that would give a lot of, hope and positive direction. So
I don't think people talk enough about that concept of how we are often unhappy and angry and bothered. And very often it's because of the meds we're taking or the food we're eating or not eating, whatever the case may be. I think there are some aspects to that. Don't get me wrong. I don't think it's the be-all end. I think if we all of a sudden change medicine tomorrow, there's going to be no violence. I'm not saying that. But I do think that this could easily be a kind of straw that breaks the camel's back type thing. And then
I think the back is already broken. The back is already broken, man. It's already broken.
I want to say, yes, and if you're talking about just mass shootings, Kalina, you're right. One of the big things, right along with mental health, there's gang shootings, and there is medications.
Yeah.
These are massive factors, and there's about 38 different reasons why mass shootings happen. But when we're talking about something, this is hyper specific. It's not like a regular mass shooting. This is an assassination.
It's true. He only fired one round, Mike, and he could have fired more. He had more rounds. If he was going for damage, he could have kept shooting.
Yeah, this was he had a very specific target.
Yep.
We know that. And towards the question, were medications involved? I don't think so. But even so, what he was motivated by most, according to the casings we see now that we're hearing about how he did get radicalized, we have people who are telling us he was radicalized, and we can see he left us a message in the bullet casings. He is Antifa. They exist.
I have to question this right here, because again, there's a couple of things that are still not sitting well with me, especially when it comes down, bringing in, was he antagonized or pushed by another group? All right, because
hold on. Here's the most important piece, Kit. Hold on. This is the thing that I noticed when they showed a picture of him jumping off the roof.
Yeah,
he was not carrying a rifle. Nope. Yet they said they found the rifle in the woods.
Yes, I know.
So I'm not sure about any of that stuff. I don't know any of that stuff, Mike. That easily could be planted. Easily could be some stuff. And I got my tinfoil hat on right now, but it still could be planted.
I also have to agree with Larry on this here too, because look, Mike, Larry, and you know, we've served in the Marine Corps.
Yeah.
Yep.
We've handled weaponry and casings and rounds, and I think we're smart enough to know not to be writing any kind of engravings on any kind of round casing, because you never know when something stupid could happen, because something can and stupid will happen, right? Because I'm gonna treat rounds like, you know, whatever. If anything, want to write anything, I'll use a Sharpie, but even then I won't even do that, because that's stupid. But nonetheless, I find it suspicious that these rounds were there so conveniently found with these words. And I don't want to say that it could be a foreign power, because again, there could be some veracity to that, or it could be also maybe he was part of another group or people. Maybe because right now the story that we have is that his father and family members were the ones that handed him in. But who was he talking to? Discord right now. I mean, he has a Discord profile. He's obviously has social media. There needs to be a full investigation into who he was talking to, what he was posting about, who did he associate himself with. Because if anything,
counting chickens too fast, Mike. You counting chickens.
Yeah.
I mean, we're forgetting a point that they have him in custody, so they're interviewing him. We actually are going to be able to know what he has to say. Unlike a lot of these situations.
I hope he stays alive. That's what I want to know.
Yeah.
I want him to be speaking and alive while he is still talking. I don't want him to conveniently somehow self-terminate.
Oh, he's going to be on suicide watch, and if they put him anywhere near anyone else, he's going to be killed.
But no, suicide watch, that always works, except for EpiPen. But that always works.
I know. But when we look at the profile of what we see in terms of indoctrination, and when that indoctrination becomes violent, we look at members of Antifa and the organization Antifa as we have seen it, whether it's the autonomous zones that have killed children in Seattle, Portland, over in Indianapolis, in Atlanta. It matches. Now, he's a hunter. You would think that he wouldn't etch anything. He should know better than etch bullets, because he knows a firearm.
And that's my point. That's exactly my point.
But wait.
So that means, hold on, Mike. That means he probably left them for someone to pick up. And that's my point.
We know he did. We know he did, because there is part of the conversation from Patel in the press conference. He did. He actually had several texts with a roommate to go get the gun and to get the bullets. He actually sent them the location. He told them where he had put it. Now, could he have dropped it off and I understand, could he have dropped the firearm first and then jumped off the roof? Maybe. Are there questions there? Absolutely.
Yep.
And I want a full investigation because I want to make sure we got the right guy. And I think the nation needs to be confirmed after all of these false starts, after so many things in the last 4 years.
So why are you counting chickens? You count they haven't hatched and you count them already.
I gotta say, it's just there are things that are not adding up fully. And the thing is, if I wanted to disrupt or cause more discourse and violence in a country, I would make a perfect scenario of having left versus right hate each other. And so far, it's succeeding.
I agree with that. I'm with you 100%.
In a way in which even I don't think any one of us can really calm it down unless there is a full-on agreement with everyone that's got a social media platform. Be like, okay, guys, look, before anybody else gets hurt, before anyone else thinks like they're the next George Washington or the next big revolutionary hero, okay? Because the thing is, taking out a podcaster, all what you did is all what this punk did is make Charlie Kirk immortal. All right. And now the thing is, I don't want to speak for Charlie Kirk. I've never met him. I don't know him personally. I don't know anything about him. But I could tell you a couple of things that he'd be against. I think he would be against, but again, people engaging in violence at his vigils, or physically. If somebody's going to be there disrupting a vigil for him, first of all, I think that's scummy behavior. Somebody doing that. But also, number two, I think he would still want people to have dialogues and debates. Number three, I know people are right now getting fired from their jobs for posting very disgusting videos. I mean, there are consequences. Okay. I think he'd say let's laugh at them and mock them. I think these people were already going to get fired regardless.
No, he'd want them fired.
Okay, maybe so, whatever. But also number four, and this one really upset me. I don't think he'd be on board with South Park taking down his episode where they did a parody of him.
Oh, did they do that?
Yes, they did.
Take it down.
They did.
I did not know that, and I agree with you. That's
episode of 9/11, just like the Simpsons episode of 9/11 when they took that video down too.
That's a mistake. I agree with you.
I think it's a bad idea.
They should let
that that happen.
By the way, Kalina,
hold on, guys.
I feel bad for you.
Yeah, Kalina's
tonight.
What?
Kalina, you didn't know the three of us are all Marines.
Yes.
Oh, they told me beforehand. No, I was telling them prior to us starting. This is like been a really heavy week. It's not. I have not talked politically in so long. I was like kind of almost like I don't know if I can jump in today because it's like it's such heavy stuff, and I was.
I just wanted you back
preparing
in.
myself for a later conversation.
I threw you into the pool, Kalina. I'm like, you coming in? I'm throwing you in the pool. Get in.
No, but I'm glad you're here because you will be the ocean of calm, relatively.
Yes, and I think the floor should go to her. The floor should go to her. The floor should go to her. Take it.
No, she is not the ocean of calm. I know her. She's not the ocean.
Well, I've become a lot more calm. And so something I'm going to say is that, I mean, okay, obviously what happened to that girl, what happened to Charlie Kirk are so horrible. Like it's been so awful to watch and see, all of this violence and everything. But it's also really hard to see the reaction. It's hard to see people getting so angry, which is exactly what we're talking about. And that does really, really, it's unsettling. It is really unsettling to see people getting so angry at other people who were not the perpetrator. They just, either aligned politically or didn't say the right thing or something. It is really hard because I do worry about how that's going to go. One thing I will say is that groupthink in our country is so powerful that it's like the next thing could come up and everyone can just sway and forget all about anything that happened. So it's like they just move with the waves so easily. It's like we're angry at this and we're angry at that.
That's exactly Mike's point, that the woman Irina who was killed, she's forgotten now.
Yes. On to the next thing. Yeah.
I don't. Well, wait. Hold on. Let's take that back because I don't think that it's going to be brought up because this was her story was the last story that Charlie Kirk brought up. So no.
I hope you're right.
She is not going to be forgotten because look, here's the thing. Because I just want to kind of bring it back to another subject area here too. Not only will she not be forgotten because that was the last story that Charlie Kirk talked about, but also for the fact of look, there was this individual person, monster who took her life.
Mm-hmm.
14, I believe 14, maybe 15 other prior
14
felonies.
arrests. 14 arrests.
14 arrests. 14 arrests out there already. I believe in second chances, okay? I believe that people can reform, okay?
Not 14th chance.
No, not 14.
Chance, yes.
No.
Not
Second
14th chance.
14 chances, no. After a while,
No.
it's like, okay, well, there's
Exactly.
no helping you. But there is the problem of the fact that that's not going to be forgotten. And also what's happening here in Chicago, too. There were 2 major incidents that took place in the city. First of all, a major smash and grab on Michigan Avenue, where they hit a Louis Vuitton store. I mean, there was like 16 people who just rammed right in there. And then also recently, too, at Franklin Park, an ICE officer was ran over by a migrant that they were trying to detain, and that migrant was fatally shot. So there's going to be further escalation. I don't want to hear anyone talking about, like, as much as I want there to be calmness. No, not after what happened to Charlie Kirk.
All right,
that's not going to be reversing back. There's going to be
let me grab a couple
antagonization.
more. I got to grab a couple more super chats, guys. I got to grab a couple super. Matt is wrong on this one. I love Matt, but he is utterly wrong. He says, "Sorry, Larry. Lou Malnati is Lou Malnati's.
Lou Malnati's. Hey,
yes,
we're respecting the name.
That okay? Well, no, you don't know this, Mike. It's a Chicago joint.
I figured that part.
Yeah, but it's not true. It says, I love you. It's not true. I mean, okay, you know, it's the best
true.
pizza. It's the best pizza in Chicago. There we go. That's what I'll say.
Chicago.
There we go. In Chicago.
In the country.
Doesn't
Great places here.
Doesn't mean much. Just saying.
Come to the Bronx. We got a couple of
I am shocked how good Bronx pizza is. People don't realize that the Bronx used to be heavily Italian. It's still Italian. It's still Italian, but it used to be heavily Italian. But yes.
You know what, guys? I'm canceling both of you. Okay, I'm gonna go on social media and cancel that.
We're okay. Cancel. That's
Can't
good.
cancel me because I don't even eat pizza. Like,
There we go.
Oh, well, then you're already double canceled. Get out of here.
Why do that to yourself?
Yes. I actually don't eat pizza anymore either. I haven't eaten pizza in
Yeah,
years.
you're weird, Larry, and you know it's computer, so forget.
I'm okay. I am clearly hotter than she is. Okay, so stop. I am clearly hotter. All right. So thank you very much. And I've been on keto for 15 years, so that's why I don't. But anyway, my point being, let me grab Roger if I could. Roger says, I agree with the right, and Roger also leans left, by the way. But I think he's gonna be teasing me. He says the time for talk is over. The time for action. They mean violence, but the left means talk. I mean civil in terms of CBI amendments. For those of you know what CBI means. It is citizen ballot initiatives. Yes. And I have been early on, and this is, I don't know if I think I told Roger this already. Early on, I was against this completely. If you go back like 2016, 27, about 10 years ago, I was against citizen ballot because I was afraid. I thought, oh my God, they're going to turn the country to communism. And everyone's going to know the government's going to control everything. They're going to make the government own everything. That was my worry. They were going to actually have the government own everything. That was my worry. Okay. And I am completely turned it around. I am actually not feel that anymore because it's the country's already going to hell. We need some way to fight the establishment. And I think CBI can absolutely fight the establishment. And I do not think that the country will all of a sudden give everything to the government, which is what I was worried about. I do think we will actually get some stuff for ourselves again, which I'm happy about.
Okay. Before you go further, go ahead. Roger, of course, you're going to be mad at me again because you're wrong. You are so wrong. Look, citizen ballot initiative, we can talk about that. We need more people, a wide spectrum of people on our ballots, able to have their voices. I absolutely believe in having every qualified candidate, and qualified means you're not crazy. Every qualified candidate that wants to run for whatever position should have the opportunity to be heard. I make a point of doing that on my program for the last 20 years. Fine.
That's, by the way, how me and Mike actually met. Me and Mike met because I was running as libertarian, and he was the only guy in Broome County who would actually interview me. This is true. That's how we met.
Oh,
wow.
Yes.
Yeah, that is how we met. We were supposed to have 15 minutes. We spoke for 2.5 hours live, going back and forth. But so I do believe in that. So I agree with you on that part. But when you say that the right wants violence and the left wants to talk, you're wrong. Because that's why we're talking about this right now. And it's not the first time. The left wants to silence, and I'm talking about the far left. I'm talking about extreme. I'm not talking about everyone. I'm not talking about the rank and file people who are told just comply and be silent. I'm talking about the leadership. I'm talking about the activists. And they are trying very hard to be as violent because they can't answer the questions. They don't have solutions.
Well, the thing is, like, because when we talk about the left, like, here's the thing, like, this is something that I find very fascinating. That is, I can't even identify what it is anymore because it's been so heavily fractured. I mean, there was a unified movement in 2016 until Bernie Sanders revealed that he was a nutless cuck of a wonder, not only in 2016 but in 2020, and then the real great faction, big splinter happened in 2021, which was forced to vote when the squad was confronted.
No sound bites allowed is the name of his game. With a coffee in one hand and his puppy on his lap, cigarettes curling, smoking his political trap. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. Republican dragon with his truthful slight, fights the battles unseen in the shadows of the night. From policy to passion, he breaks it all down, giving a voice to the voiceless, wearing his crown. Caffeine-fueled mornings, the smoke curls dance, Puppy at his feet, giving life one more chance. Through algorithms and bias, he cuts straight and clear. Michael's roar echoes in the hemisphere. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. No sound bites allowed is his ultimate creed. A dragon's perspective where facts are the seed. Standing tall on his battlefield of thoughts, guarding the truth that others forgot. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough.
Hello, everybody, and we are back here at No Sound Bites Allowed. I hope you've been enjoying the program so far. We love that you have been with us and participating, whether you're here for 5 minutes or you're here for the entire show. We appreciate each and every one of you. Yes, this is No Sound Bites Allowed. We are in the Bronx, New York. I am the Political Dragon. It is July 5th, currently at 6:33. We are right on time, back from our break. I had to take care of my 15-year-old puppy. There was a couple of firecrackers. I think they were M80s that just went off. That's like a quarter stick of dynamite. 2 of them had just gone off, and they were pretty close by. Left him a little bit upset. He's still kind of upset, poor guy. But we'll try and finish up the show. Then I'll try and walk him before the evening comes, and God knows how many more firecrackers. It's going to be a late night for me tonight. I'm pretty sure of it. That being said, we're going to talk about a couple of different things here. And looking forward, because we have more on the show, I want to talk about the patriotism ranking. I know we were talking about illegal immigration. We've been talking about race relations. We've been talking about America as the 250th birthday. And the message that some of the mainstream media wants you to take away, and what is the reality that's actually out there. How they have to try and reinforce this negative view of this collapsing view of America when America is actually fine. In fact, we're still leading the world in pretty much every metric that you can think of that actually matters for a society. And they just want you to think it's over because they want power and they want you to comply without question. I've already shown you how ChatGPT will lie to you. I've shown you the latest bit of meme propaganda that is going out, trying to incite violence and racial division where it doesn't exist. It's not there. It's just not real. Trying to make you be afraid of Americans who are just sharing their point of view without any violence, without any shred of violence, because they're on the right, not on the left. The left can't get 5 people to show up without there being some kind of arson or some kind of property damage or someone being assaulted. But meanwhile, we have hundreds of thousands of people that get together on the right, and there's nothing wrong. Last night, there were unknown thousands of people at Times Square violating what Zoran Mandami had said, which is he wanted to remove the ability of Americans to gather. He wanted to destroy the First Amendment because he wanted to emphasize his preferred political preference, which is socialism, which is why Zoran Mandami did not show up at any event. Yes, he had the speech from Gracie Mansion, but he didn't actually go out with the American people and celebrate the 250th birthday. He didn't go to any event. He wasn't speaking anywhere. He wasn't joining the American people. Instead, he hid in Gracie Mansion and just ignored the fact that America was 250 years old. That's kind of telling because he wants to destroy the Constitution. He believes that socialism is the answer, which I don't know how he comes to that conclusion when every example over the last 120 years tells you that socialism doesn't work. It has never worked. In every version, which is always the same version, because there's only one version of socialism and communism. It's only one version, but they keep saying, we've got a new idea, and it's always the same old ideas repeated over and over and over again, and they always fail every single time. But I wanted to move forward. I wanted to look into patriotism. Let's talk a little bit about that because it's something that a lot of people haven't talked about. It's something that a lot of people haven't thought about, and that is patriotism. So let's talk about that. There was a recent poll actually came out on June 15th. No one really paid attention to it, but right now everybody's talking about it because it just came out. And that's, what are the most patriotic states in America? Just give me 1 second. Oop. Why is my, yeah. Okay. Sorry, my computer's acting up. So this was done by Wallet Hub. It's an organization. It doesn't matter what they do, but they are known, and it is a credible little thing. And what they said is most patriotic states in America in 2026. This is from the Wallet Hub, one of the financial writers for Wallet Hub. And this was done on June 15th of 2026. Now, this is interesting because, again, everyone is quoting this poll, this list now after the 250th birthday. No one talked about this back in June. No one was talking about this through the entire month of June up until right now. Now we have multiple studies and multiple news agencies that are talking about this. How patriotic is your state? And most people will be probably massively surprised because I was. And I think most people will be, especially because it doesn't make any sense. It does not make sense who they think is the most patriotic and who's the least patriotic. Let's take a second to look at this. So, according to their design, there's many ways to express patriotism, from hanging up a flag or or attending a parade to voting, joining the military, actively working to improve conditions for your fellow American. Those are all very, very extremely different things. And you can do many of those things not because you're patriotic, but because you're just following a trend or because you think it's a nice thing to do. It doesn't mean that you are being patriotic per se, or that you're genuinely patriotic. Let me see here. So in order to determine where Americans have the most red, white, and blue, hang on one second, folks, hold on one second. Bear with me one second, folks. I understand. I got to finish.
How much longer are you going to be?
Longer than, let me finish.
I can't stop him.
No, let him be. Come here. Sorry, it's my dog's.
It's too hot here. You don't want to see him.
My dog's upset still. He was fine up until about 2 minutes ago. As soon as I started, he decided he wanted to scream again. Anyway, let me pick back up where I left off. In order to determine where Americans have the most red, white, and blue pride on an Independence Day and during the rest of the year, Wallet Hub compared 13 different indicators of patriotism. That's a big question. Okay, and how did they put this all together? So let's take a look at this. So here's their findings. The least patriotic state in America is Arkansas. And I stopped and I had to look at this and I was like, Arkansas? Are you kidding me? Arkansas is the least patriotic state. Most people don't even know what's going on in Arkansas. There are many Americans who can't even find Arkansas in a map of the United States. It's a small state. No one talks about it. I mean, yeah, Clinton was governor there. So was Mike Huckabee and Huckabee's daughter, Sarah Huckabee. She was also governor there. But no one knows what happens in Arkansas. When was the last time you heard news or the news media ever talk about Arkansas? A meme, a video, a live stream from Arkansas? You don't. So I don't even know how they said that it is or isn't one of the most patriotic states. It doesn't make any sense. They haven't done anything. I mean, you can point to Virginia and the gun bans. You can point to California for a lot of reasons. New York State for a lot of reasons. You can look at Washington State or Oregon, where they've had 100 days of rioting. You can look at the autonomous zones like in Atlanta or over in Seattle. There's a lot of ways to judge states on their patriotism. Arkansas isn't on it. But who's number two? And this is something I think most people can agree with. Well, number two is New York State. New York State, according to Wallet Hub, is the second least patriotic state in the entire nation. And I kind of believe it, because since 2013, New York State was in a competition with California on becoming the most progressive state in the nation, to become the progressive capital. According to now disgraced former governor of New York, Andrew Cuomo, who had Lieutenant Governor Kathy Hochul by his side, he said he wanted, in 2013, he said he wanted to make New York State the progressive capital of the United States. Well, we know progressive socialism, virtually the same thing. He wanted to break the Constitution, and New York State has, and he wanted to move us to be even further left than California, which is one of the most furthest left states you can possibly have. And for the most part, between Kathy Hochul and Andrew Cuomo, the single party control of the New York State legislature by Democrats, they have succeeded. So I'm not surprised. In terms of military rank and civic engagement, New York is the worst you could pretty much point out. So that at least made a lot more sense. But looking at this list, you go and 46, the 46th least patriotic state, according to Wallet Hub, is Florida. Now that doesn't make any sense. Florida, they're saying that the people in Florida are not patriotic. Are you kidding me? Again, compare Florida to New York, compare Florida to California, compare Florida to Oregon, where they have legalized drugs and, oh my God, the riots they have, the autonomous zones, Washington State, the autonomous zones. Are you kidding me? And you're going to say Florida is less patriotic than Seattle with their autonomous zone, the Chaz, that wound up killing 2 children. Are you really going to make that argument and say that, no, but Florida's far less? Where they broke with the, when it came to the lockdowns, Florida was resisting that to support people's freedom, medical freedom, to choose whether they want to wear a mask or not, or lock down or not, or get the jab or not. Florida was one of the leaders fighting on that. And according to Wild Hub, we're supposed to believe that that's one of the least patriotic states, a state that is following the Constitution as much, if not more, than almost any other state. It makes no sense. And then they put right just above Florida is Texas. This makes no sense. Texas, you have the right to conceal carry. You have the right to be armed publicly, pretty much openly. You can conceal carry in Texas. They love the Second Amendment. They love property rights. They love for you to have your privacy. And he's trying to tell you that Texas is less patriotic than California. Are you less patriotic than Illinois, with Chicago, a place that people want to leave? They want to break the state because Chicago is so progressive and so corrupt and so broken. And you're telling me that Texas is less patriotic than Illinois? Are you out of your mind? This list made no sense to me. And then they had New Jersey at 43. Again, Texas is more patriotic than New Jersey by almost any objective rating. Florida is more patriotic than New Jersey by almost any objective measure that you can possibly look at. It doesn't make sense. This list is crap, but it's being quoted by everyone. And the thing that really got me about this is if you take a look, who's number 1? Virginia. Virginia is number 1? Wait a minute. Did you forget that the governor of Virginia lied to the public, said that she was a moderate, would respect people's individual rights and the Second Amendment, and turned around and tried to enact a gun ban that would not protect anyone, that would not make them safe. It would make them dependent on the government. And that's the most patriotic state, a state that is actively fighting against the Second Amendment as we speak. They're so adamant about the Democrats have so much control and are so busy trying to push this gun ban that they are literally openly discussing disbanding their court, their judicial system, to put in hand-picked judges just so they can get the result that they want. I mean, you can't get much more of a kangaroo court than that they are actively trying to hand-pick the people who will agree with the political preference of the governor and the state party, which is the Democrats, and push through restrictions on the Second Amendment. And that is a patriotic state. That's a state that embodies the Constitution and the amendment. This makes no sense. They want you to believe. Now, Vermont, I believe. Absolutely. Montana, I believe. Colorado, not so much. Oregon is one of the most patriotic states. How many protests do we have in Oregon? There's how much of an influence of Antifa in Oregon right now. This makes no sense. This list is crap. Maryland is supposed to be more patriotic than New York or Florida or Texas. New Hampshire, yes, I will give you New Hampshire, but it makes no sense. This list is insane, and yet it is being quoted over and over and over again. because they want to mislead you on what is patriotism. They want to mislead you on what is a display of patriotism. Supporting and believing in the First Amendment, the Second Amendment, are all of the amendments, the Constitution, the Declaration of Independence. That is embodying and living up to patriotism. That's supporting America, the foundation of America. You would expect that more from red states than blue states overall, because red states live by the Constitution. Blue states are trying to change the Constitution to be more socialist. And the socialists admit it. They're not hiding this. They're out there admitting they want to change America and make it more socialist. They want to break the Constitution. They've already talked about how they want to break the Second Amendment constantly, that they want to amend the First Amendment to make sure that you couldn't say certain things, that you must say sie, zer rather than he, him, he or her. They are literally out of their mind with this list. It makes no sense. It is purely propaganda, and I think people need to call that out. It seriously needs to be called out. Let me see. We got a couple of comments in here somewhere. No, here's a comment from Hal, and he says, well, if you read how they rank the states, then you wouldn't be asking this question. That's not true, Hal, because I have read how they rank the states. I don't think it's accurate. Okay, and just so people know, well, how do they rank the states? Because the average military enlisted per 1,000, but that doesn't count. How many people are enlisted in different states? What if you move? How do you count that? So that's not exactly correct. That's between 2017 and 2022. Well, what about the people who enlisted before 2017? What about the people who enlisted after 2022? That's a very short period of time, and it's an inaccurate form of being able to determine who is enlisting into the military. So that's not very accurate. Let's see. Veterans per 1,000 civilian adults. Well, that's about population density. So that doesn't really work. I mean, New York State has, 20 million people? California has even more than that. Texas has even more than that. Florida has more than that. Okay, so your weighting is off on that. That doesn't make any sense. Active duty military personnel per 100,000 civilian adults. Again, that changes entirely. There's going to be active duty personnel per 1,000 people in Rhode Island, one of the smallest states with the least dense population, compared to New Jersey, one of the most densely populated states, comes up with an entirely different number. It's very radically different, but that's dealing with the population. That has nothing to do with patriotism. That has nothing to do. And what about when people are shifted around? If you're stateside's military and you're being shifted around, that has nothing to do with whether, if I'm stationed in New Jersey or Texas, I'm stationed in, I don't know, Montana, or I'm stationed in Cuba. It's entirely different. It changes everything. So that's not a good point either. Share of the civilian adult population in the military reserves. Again, that's not an accurate way to determine whether or not you want to talk about recruitment. Okay, what states are people recruited into? And which states are meeting recruitment numbers? Like New York State missed in the Army and the Navy. They missed their recruitment totals. The Marines matched their total. Air Force, I believe, exceeded their numbers. That's a metric. That tells me something. But again, not everyone, just because you're not in the military doesn't mean you're not being patriotic. This is literally a quarter of all of the points, and that's only worth 25%. Being willing to live and die for your country is only worth 25% on their weighting of their poll. That doesn't sound accurate or fair. Civilian, adults who voted in the 2024 presidential election. What about the 2020? There were more people who voted in 2020 than 2024. What about that election? What about the non-presidential elections? What about the midterms? What about the off years? Those are important Two, matter of fact, aren't you more patriotic if you vote in an off year than, like, as an example, in this case, in 2025? If you were out voting in 2025 and you voted in the primary and the general election, and you're voting in 2026, isn't that more patriotic than someone who only shows up once every 4 years? So, and they did count 2020, but I mean, what about 2016? What about 2018, 2012? You're only picking a very small, very specific snapshot to get a very biased point of view. If you want to have the weighting, and again, what happened to the midterm elections? They're not there. So how? It doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Their ranking system, it doesn't make sense. I'm looking at it. These are the factors, and they don't add up. So it's a very flawed system. And people go, well, Mike, did you look at it? Yes, I did actually. I did actually look at it, and it's completely flawed. And I'm showing you how it's flawed. But yet people are counting on this like, oh, no, but it is in a fact, it is realistic. No, it's not. I think it's biased. I think there was a bias built in to emphasize certain states and to de-emphasize other states. And they tried to, they kept New York low because that's just obvious, but they changed the rankings to make it look like states like Virginia are more patriotic than they actually are based on what they're actually doing. And he knew it. He did it on purpose. Oh, Virginia is the most patriotic. Then you should support the governor as they get rid of the Second Amendment. No, you shouldn't. No, you shouldn't. And there's no way that a state where the governor is trying to ban the Second Amendment is more patriotic than states that aren't, is impossible. It's impossible to rank them number one. But that's just the way I looked at it. But I thought it was worth bringing up because it was just so ridiculous. So absolutely ridiculous. All right, let me move on. Here's something that I thought that was also equally insane out of its mind. In New York City, and again, this goes to the whole socialism, progressive, Constitution doesn't matter kind of mindset, is there was a New York City Council intern, a young girl, got out of college. She agreed to work for New York City Council, one of the members, for free. She agreed inside a contract. She worked as an unpaid intern, which is not uncommon. It's very common. A lot of students in college will work for a member of Congress or an elected official so they gain experience, and it shows on their resume so that they then can go into the world and say, look, see, I have experience. I'm experienced in politics. You should hire me. Okay, fair enough. And she agreed to this until after she got done. Then when she got fired because she was bad at her job, because she is, of course, a Gen Z, Gen Alpha screw up. She doesn't know how to work. She thinks she's entitled. She thinks that life is on slow mode for her, or in a tutorial mode, and that didn't cut it. She got fired. She then said, well, I'm going to create a union. Literally, she says, she's going to create a union so that every intern gets paid $32 an hour, not 17, more than double the state minimum wage, $32 an hour. Why? Because they want it. Because they think they're entitled. They are in college. They know nothing. They have zero experience. They want $32 an hour. Why? Why do they? I don't know how they think they deserve to get $32 an hour, because it's a livable wage. Screw you. You don't earn it. You're not worth it. You don't know anything. If I charge I charge $100 an hour for some of the things that I do in terms of politics. I also have 20 years of experience. I've been on I've covered things on the news. I've been covered by the news media. I've run for elected office. I've been deeply involved with Republican politics and party politics for decades. So when I say, oh, well, I want to charge $100 an hour, that's my resume. Well, okay, you can evaluate that and you can say, well, Mike, that's either good or bad. You can agree or disagree. You can ask for a discount, but you can't say, Mike, you haven't earned it. Look at the experience I have. And then, wait a minute, this kid's going to come in and you know nothing. You have to be, the whole point why you're an intern, an unpaid intern at that, is because you know nothing. You're gaining experience. This is your first job. You're doing it free because you don't know what to do. And you're being taught how to do it. And this is really funny because the young woman who is making this complaint is rich, or rather, her family is rich. Her father makes over $500,000 a year. She lives a life of luxury that most people never get to have. And she's always had this life of luxury. So she is a Karen. She is a leftist lunatic. And she wants to break the system. The members of New York City Council can't afford what she wants. But they must make a change because she's a socialist and she has a feeling. She deserves it because she exists. This is stupid. And this is the problem. This is what's breaking the United States. This is what's breaking our country and breaking our politics and businesses. I'm entitled to get $32 an hour because I know nothing. Well, no, I'm sorry, you don't. Yes, but I'm a socialist. I don't care. What's that supposed to mean to me? You still don't know how to do anything. You have no experience at anything. You're useless. I have to untrain you from the academics and what they programmed into your brain. You've been indoctrinated to think that you get a break every 15 minutes and you get to go and have a safe space to hide and cry when I tell you to get back to work. I'm sorry, that's not the way the world works. You don't get to do that. You don't get to show up late every day because time is racist. It's racist against Black people in particular. Being on time is literally, this is something that BLM pushes out there. Being on time for Black people is racist. They actually say this. This is one of their messages out there. This is stupid. It's insane. It makes no sense whatsoever. But they actually push this. This is what's destroying America. This is what's making America at its 250th birthday. This is what's making us question, will America make it to the 300th? Because there are people like this who are trying to convince everyone else, especially people in their age range, that they're right. And I get it. If you happen to be 20, you want to make $32 an hour no matter what you do because you want the money. I get that, but you don't deserve it. You don't deserve, but I can't live the way I want to. Then live to your means like everyone else. When I was in my 20s, I already had experience. I have been working in the garment industry for over 5 years. I was getting paid very well. Why? Because I had the experience. I'll give you a quick example. When I was in college, my second year of college, during the summer break of college, I would go back and work in the garment industry. I worked for a guy, Mario, and I would work for Mario, who made $1 million every other year. He had a garment industry. He used to make markers and patterns. For those who work in the industry, you'll know what I'm talking about. Women who, or anyone who's ever made their own clothing, you'll know what patterns are and what markers are. So I have been doing that since I was in junior high school. I was trained and taught by Mario, the owner of the business, and several of his supervisors, some of the oldest people in the industry with working with him, and I had been taught by them while I was a young teenager on how to do the job. And I had every summer, I would go and work for him in junior high school, into college. I was working there every summer. I'd make a bunch of money, give it to most of it to my mother, and the rest I would use for myself. And that's what I was doing second year of college. I walked into the door of Mario's place. Not a big surprise. Knew 2/3 of the people who were working there because they had been working there for years, as I had. Walked up to Tony, who was one of the supervisors, said, "Hey, Tony, I'm on summer break. I need a job for a couple of months." He said, "No problem whatsoever." Hired me on the spot. Fired 2 guys instantly. Instantly fired 2 guys. Why? Because I had 5 years of experience and I could work faster and better than the 2 guys he fired. One guy he fired so I had a space. Second guy, because they needed to pay me more money than both those 2 guys combined. That's why he fired them. Why? Because I had experience and I was capable and I could do it. And I only did that because I had been working for over 5 years doing the job and being taught by the best. That's why that happened. So there is that difference. And she's trying to tell me that, well, I just got graduated out of college. That means nothing. That means nothing. All right, folks, we're going to be finishing up real soon because as you can hear in the background, my dog is losing his mind there. But this is part of the whole DSA communist movement. And by the way, every time you hear the DSA, when you hear Daraliza Chevalier, you hear AOC, Ilhan Omar, you hear Zoran Mandami, and say, we're not communists. We're not communists. City Journal, a left-leaning news organization, is very clear. Yes, if you're DSA, you're communist. Yes, you are. In fact, also, if you want to go over to The Atlantic, which no one has ever confused with being a centrist or right-leaning organization, they are deep left-leaning organization. And they will tell you there is nothing socialist, nothing democratic about the democratic socialists. They are communists. There is no question about that. Even the far left will tell you the truth as these people lie to your face so that they can get elected, because Daraliza will lie to your face and say, I don't want to defund the police, but you have said that. Daraliza Chevalier of the New York 13th District, she actually deleted her entire X profile. Everything she ever said. Over 3,000 different comments. She wiped it all out. Why? Because if you ever looked at any of it, you would have realized she's lying to your face that she is a socialist. She wants to destroy the Constitution and the amendments, and she wants power. And if you read her tweets, you would never have elected her. So rather than defend her beliefs to explain why she thinks she's right and why those views are right, she deleted it all so that you didn't know, and lies and says it didn't exist and that she's being misread and it's just part of that MAGA. It's those MAGA people lying to you. It's Orange Man Bad lying to you. She's a good person. That's why she had to hide. I have never... I think I've deleted 5 tweets in my entire life. And that's because of typing, not because of the message. That's about it. And she had to delete everything. That tells you right there how deceptive these people are. It's just so evil. It's so wrong. And that's also why the more of a leftist you become, the more of a socialist and a democratic socialist, a communist that you become, the more mental issues you will have. Even Colombia, where, the same people that love Hamas and hate Jews, yes, Colombia, with all of their anti-Semitism, their support of terrorism, they will admit it too. Back in 2023, they did this study and they have pointed out that the more leftist you become, the more upset, disturbed, mentally malfunctioning, broken of a human being you will become, because you will always be faced with the constant thought that everything that the far left supports, everything socialism supports, is failure and does not work, and that everything on the right, center right, works far better, far more effective, and they live better lives. And on the left, you can guarantee yourself though you'll be a great socialist in therapy for the rest of your life. You'll be on medications, drugs for your mental issues for the rest of your life, because it doesn't work. And trying to do the mental gymnastics to make all of the various claims. Women are always right, but only when they're Democrat women, and only when it's against someone who's not a Democrat. Well, then that's when it's all right. Mental juggling. Oh, but black people are oppressed. So even when they kill someone like Carmelo Anthony, you have to let them out free because social justice, because racism, because of slavery. I don't know. It doesn't make any sense to me. He admitted he killed someone in cold blood, but no, but he killed someone who's white. So it's not the same thing. It's not just murder. It's slavery. What? That makes no sense. This is why they're on drugs constantly. They're on they're on therapy. They are mentally broken because the more of a socialist you become, the more broken the ideology is, and the harder it is to make it fit with reality. It can't. You live in a delusional world. Just go over to Blue Sky and you will see how delusional that world is because it doesn't match reality. It never has. So I wanted to bring those things up very quickly because I think that's important. That's what America's facing right now. 250 years, we're dealing with people with mental disabilities and are broken people, broken on purpose for the political advantage of the elites that are in charge. And they don't care. They will abuse and misuse anyone, and they do that a lot. And that is sad. That is troubling. And that's something that America has to work on. All right, folks, look, it is 7 o'clock. Tomorrow, a lot of people have to go back to work. I need to take care of my dog. He's been having a tough day. Hal says, that's not how it works. Actually, yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. And the left is saying this is how it works. That's why I pulled up the Atlantic, Columbia. That's why I'm pulling up articles from the left telling you these things. And I'm quoting people like Daraliza Chevalier, AOC, and others that are Democratic Socialists. That's why I'm quoting them, because that is how it works. They are broken, but they're the elites, and they expect that as long as you comply and don't ask any questions, that's exactly how it works. So yeah, I am bringing that up. It is true. It may be shocking for some people to realize that, and after the show, after you're done being angry and angry tweeting me and saying, Mike, you're some kind of racist, neocon, Nazi, whatever. Okay, fantastic. Stop and then think. After you try and insult me, even though you don't know who I am, after you're done angry about that for the people on the left, then stop and think. Why is that happening to you? Because your ideology doesn't make sense. Because your ideology doesn't work. Because your worldview breaks the moment someone doesn't follow your rules. I'm a black conservative. I break the worldview of the socialist left. It doesn't work for them. They can't understand that. Well, maybe that's a problem you have, and you should stop and think about it. But again, I'm just pointing out some of these views. I will have links for the show up in about half an hour, 45 minutes, and you'll be able to review everything that I've shown you, everything that I researched today will be available. It'll be in the links in YouTube and on Rumble. If you've made it this far, please make sure to subscribe. I appreciate each and every one of you. And I do thank everybody who's left a comment no matter what. I want to thank Liz, who is new to the program, for taking some time to listen in and to leave some comments and some thoughts. I want to thank Gracie and Bronner, and I want to thank Hal and Alabama Barbie. I know you're out there. Joel and everybody else, Gracie, everybody who is watching the show and leaving comments. I appreciate each and every one of you. I hope you had a great 4th of July. Remember, if you have PTSD, for a lot of our vets out there, remember to reach out to the VFW or to the American Legion or the VA, if you have to, the VA or some other vets that know you, to try and deal with some of the, I know there's going to be more fireworks tonight. And if you have a dog like I do, well, now's about the moment that we're going to go spend the rest of the night until probably 3 a.m. with our puppies, trying to take care of them. So, folks, I thank you for all of that. I will be on, I believe, tomorrow with the Monday opinion roundtable with Charles Guaria, Joe Hanush, and John Navarra, talking about, well, I don't know. They always surprise me on that. They never tell me what we're going to be talking about. So it'll be new. It'll be interesting. I look forward to it. I hope you will join us, and I will talk to you again very, very soon. Thank you for spending some time with me today.